everybody, and welcome to another one-shot episode with your good friends here at Misha's McPlay Space. I've got with me the crew from Mist Carter Island, and th- th- some of them have died, so we had to re-roll a few things. It is still possible for people to be resurrected, so Chidonius and crew will not be lost forever as long as somebody can find body parts and take them to somebody who can actually cast strong enough magic. Um, but
I have connections. It's just
connections, yeah. Even though they're dead due to dragon, it's possible that they could come back again at some point. But until then, we're going to be playing with some new characters, who happened upon the island. The first one is, how do we say this name, Sives?
Her name is Ala.
Ala. The first one that we are going to be seeing as she makes her way down a very steep stone staircase that had been carved into the cliffside thousands upon thousands of years ago and is now slick with the touch of time on worn stone steps, polishing them to a smoothness. This is Ala. And why don't you describe what people would see if they were looking at her?
That is what I heard.
Right. So Ala, when in two-leg form, which is a few forms actually, but in elf form, original form, you could say, Ala is a druid who Ada, Ada. Ala is
What I
Oxenfree.
Allah is a wood elf with dark skin, lovely dark oaky skin, and like a cherry reddish hair, dark cherry reddish hair, and she has delightful orange eyes, not usually befitting to her race, but uh, full of interest and curiosity, as she is in fact a researcher. Patches of pigment missing skin on her face suggest she has something called vitiligo, which she takes quite pride in, and she often you know yeah, it's a mark of beauty in her eyes, and she wears things you would expect to go into dungeons with. So belts upon belts upon belts, a tunic, a pair of pants that tuck into knee-high boots, and uh, a, a buttercup yellow handkerchief around her neck to pull up whenever she's in dusty areas. And yeah, uh, that's Ala. Looks like a nerd.
Nerd!
but Indiana Jones like nerd.
Just missing the fedora.
Yeah.
And Ala's been here for about a year, correct? Researching the different flora and fauna of the island and trying to find out its secrets.
Yeah. Ala came to this island in a little rowboat about a year and a half ago. Honestly, Ala was intending to go somewhere else, but ended up here. Isn't quite sure why or how, but has been here ever since. They've tried to leave a few times, but always end up coming back to these shores for some reason. And so, as long as they're stuck here, they figure they might as well try to figure out what the hell is up with the island. Unsuccessfully for the most part, but they have discovered some things about the island, just nothing in the way of it lets me leave this place type of information.
And in fact, one of those discoveries is what's leading you down this staircase today. You had noted at the very top of the cliffside before you descended that there was a flat top of stone that looked like it had been shattered, as though a large statue had once stood there. And when you peered below, you thought you saw pieces of it scattered across the beach down below. So you descended the staircase in hopes of taking a look at it, seeing if you could discern what civilization had been here at whatever point, because this is one of the more intact ruins that you've been able to find on this island.
Mm-hmm. And probably maybe might have heard the "Why does this keep happening?" ring out of across the distance earlier. Maybe.
That would have been about 4, maybe 5 days ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, you make your way to the beach, and it's actually morning time. The sun is shining brightly. The tide is neither at high nor low at the moment. It's kind of a medium ebb. The water is further up the beach than it is at low tide, but the waves are not yet striking the cliff sides as they would be during high tide. And as you step down onto the beach, the warm sand between your toes, you see a number of tide pools scattered about the area that you're in to the south. Several of them having colorful fish swimming within, tiny crustaceans scrambling from rock to rock. It's a very pretty, very nice little scene that you see here. And roll a perception check for me.
Can do. I already have my sheet open. I'm not gonna open it again. We know what happens.
I think you see.
Yay!
Hooray!
So yeah, as you
hope so.
scan the tide pools, you see a splash of water in one of the deeper ones, one where there is a large rock jutting out, and what looks like a tangle of netting and seaweed flailing about where it is attached to the rock to the far south of you. Um, and it looks like somebody or something is stuck in a net and all tangled in the tide pool down below.
Well, that's not good. No matter where Allah is, she is a friend to the creatures of the land, assuming they're not trying to actively eat her. So she's gonna, squint, adjust her pince-nez monocle, and kind of just go like, uh, oh, oh dear, okay, and then she's gonna jog down the beach and kind of a hurried
Use your
step.
teleportation powers.
And as you move closer, you note that it appears to be not a beast but a humanoid that is trapped in the netting. And Kyrena, tell her what she sees.
So she sees a mermaid, but not really. Uh, because she's not speaking or making any sound. It's unclear that she's actually a siren. She has tons of little bags and packages all tucked around her in the netting, unwilling to give them up. And why she's stuck in that netting. Hair stuck in the netting, pearls stuck in the netting, completely distracted while the sea keeps trying to pull her out.
And Allah sees this and just kind of like, oh damn, oh shit, okay, oh okay, hang on, and as she jogs over, she reaches down to her boot and pulls out a small pocket knife from it and just kind of
Please no.
Wait, wait, was that a no or a help?
That's not a weapon?
No, I use it for cutting apples mainly, but it'll probably work on the net, maybe.
Yes, please.
Okay. And nervously now, Allah's gonna go and start cutting away at the net, trying not to cut hair or pearls or anything like that.
And you slowly slice through the waterlogged net, and it takes a minute or two of very, very careful cuts that you make just so you don't accidentally stab a mermaid or give her an extremely bad haircut. But you are finally able to cut her out of the netting, and You see, it's kind of odd. Uh, she is a merfolk. You can tell that much from looking at her, but she doesn't appear to have a tail at the moment. There is some fish scales like kind of clustering around her lower legs and ankles, but it seems like this far up on the beach she's able to manifest legs.
Oh, okay. Um, uh, if, uh, and Allah seems to like fumble with words. It's clear that Allah doesn't talk to a lot of people, but isn't exactly like yeah, go away kind of person. But yeah, Allah's just mostly trying to keep her eyes on the netting. Not sure exactly how close this person is, and just um you don't come around here often, do you? Uh, uh are you okay?
I actually live here. I don't recognize you.
Oh, well, I live a little bit deeper in the forest. Well,
Ah,
yeah. So
I stick to the water. It's much cooler there.
yeah. Fair. Here, let me get this off your ankle, and uh, there we go. All right.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. How Allah stands up and puts the pocket knife away and kind of scrubs their fingers through their hair. Uh, how how'd you end up like this again? If you don't mind my asking.
I was just diving, and unfortunately, those fishermen in the area don't know the difference between treasure and trash.
You do, which means you have to go to bed at 8:30, babe. You
Yeah.
have an hour and 10. You have about 50 minutes left before bedtime. Off you pop.
Yeah.
I do appreciate your help. Goodbye. Maybe. Hmm?
Oh, yeah, no problem. I should probably get this out of the water before it, hurts anybody else. And Allah's gonna try to grab the netting and pull it a little further up the beach so it's, you know,
And as
not
you
littering.
and as you start pulling the netting away, and Karina, you turn back towards the ocean, you notice a rowboat just a little bit to the south, headed inwards to shore with a single lone figure in it.
Oh, Allah's gonna see this and just uh you see this gur face appear and as she's hoisting this stupid waterlogged net across the beach. Now we're moving down the beach, and just perks up and is like, "Hey, you left your trash in the water."
And Orion, you
Excuse
see a
me?
disheveled elf was hulking towards you with a net dragging behind her.
Don't you know it's bad for the friggin' environment?
I'm not sure what you're trying to say, but if you think that belongs to me, you are mistaken.
Hell, I don't see any other fishing boats around here. She said it was from fishing boat, so. And then Allah's gonna point over at Karina.
My dear
Karina is just
child,
going
this is
through
not
her
a
items.
fishing boat.
What'd you
And
say? What'd you say, Karina?
Just going through my items. Don't mind me.
Right. Well, uh. Hmm. Yeah, I guess you look a little too fancy to be a fisherman.
and
What?
as Orion takes to shore, he points behind him, and quite further in the distance, like in a safe distance from the island, there's a really fancy boat kind of hanging around at sea.
Allah looks over and looks back to you and is like, Ah, right.
Just
Treasure
taking
hunter
the
then.
family yacht out for a stroll.
I'm glad you're a smart child. He steps off. He's a
Thank
distinguished
you.
looking elven gentleman. He's tall and well built. Has short white hair with a few dark red streaks starting to come into it. And his piercing amber eyes study you kind of neutrally. Like, he doesn't seem too judgy, surprisingly. Even though his clothes are really simple cut, but very stylish and obviously very fine, made from fine materials. He takes a walking stick out as he makes sure that the boat is well beached and won't get washed away by the tide, probably.
Probably. Hopefully.
As he looks back at his ship again, making sure it's still visible, it's not going anywhere, the island is not going doing anything weird.
Not yet. Your
Yeah,
boat's
but
still
You
staying
can
where it was.
see you can
okay.
see something on his face. You're not sure if it's a scar or a tattoo. It cuts across the side of his face and disappears under his collar.
In disappointment.
Well, I mean, uh, Allah's not one to judge people by their appearances uh, but she does, uh, you know, pause, drop the net in the sand, and like wave a hand and point the boat and say, no, you don't want to leave that there. Tide comes all the way up to the cliffside.
Ryan kind of looks around. I guess I'll just have the crew pick it up if it washes away. You can see him touch his ear, and there's like this one single earring with a jewel in it. You can kind of see his mouth move, but you don't hear any sound. Then he nods to you. Thank you for the tip, my child.
Huh. Okay. So, Allah picks up the net up and starts dragging it away. So what brings you here? To here, specifically here, huh?
I'm looking for someone who has gone missing recently.
All missing. That what happened to be that lady up the beach? You know, maybe. I don't know. I don't know who you're looking for. Then Allah's gonna come over here and try to snag the net in among the crags of the cliff and try to get it as stuck as she can so it won't leave even during high tide.
And you.
No offense to your sea-dwelling friend, but I think the person I'm looking for would stick out even more.
Well, can't say I've seen anybody really, but a lot of people do come to this island. Maybe she's seen somebody? Could try asking her.
And Karina, you have seen a small group of people enter the caves over here a couple of days ago. And there was a great big ruckus after they did after a short while. You're not really sure what happened, but they never came back out again.
Well, have you seen anybody, dear lady?
I have seen many things. What are you looking for?
Allah's brought purse and starts eavesdropping. Unabashedly.
I'm looking for a tall young woman with lavender skin and horns. I'm pretty sure it's memorable.
Does she have a broom?
Oh, yes, I believe she might have had a broom with her. The flying kind, perhaps?
She did seem to hover above the sand. I would try that cave over there.
This
Allah
one?
glances over and scrubs their chin, the whiskers there.
Yeah, there was quite a noise the other day. I saw them all enter.
And they have not
that
come
one
out
there.
yet.
No.
Hmm. I see. Thank you, my dear. You were very helpful. Made my job much easier. Kind of takes a strolling walk with his walking stick towards the cave.
Well, hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'll like holds up a hand and jogs after him. Uh, you
Yes?
want to be careful in there. The caves aren't exactly that great to just go walking into unless you know what you're up against.
Don't worry, I will take care. Can be careful. Like that
Well,
silly girl, apparently.
wait,
Kind of peers in.
uh, okay, Olive's gonna jog back over here and look up at Karina and say, "Hey,
Oh, yeah.
do you think you could come with us and show us where you might have seen him? Uh, if you don't mind, of course. I know it's a lot to ask. Or, well, I mean, see if you can recognize anybody if we do find anybody."
Possibly. Sir, what is your name?
Oh, how rude of me. I am Orion, of the House of the Deep. It is a pleasure to meet you, ladies.
Oh, uh, Alla seems to look very happy. Um, uh, I am called Alla. Or Allah, if you prefer. Uh, look, why don't we go in together? Just, between jellies and, bats and any other kind of nasty things. You don't want to go in there by yourself. Trust me.
Thank you, my
Sir,
dear.
is there something I can gain by assisting you?
Oh, uh,
I mean, I'm sure my family and my house can reward you bountifully if we find whom I'm looking for. But it's no matter to me if you want to help or not.
Karina, you
Okay.
do recall that there are stories about, and you recall your mother told of a few of them, of pirates who used to nest in these caves and the treasures that they held.
I will assist as long as you promise that we will make it out in one piece.
I
well,
can make such promises. Nobody can but the gods.
yeah, I mean, we can do our best and stay vigilant, but, I've been in and out of places like this
Yes,
all
you
the
may have a
time,
Spider-Man box.
and I'm still in one piece. You just gotta be careful. And, don't
We'll
take
see.
meds if you don't need to.
All right.
And if at any time you want to turn back, you're more than welcome to. So, no worries, either way. I'll, try to keep you both safe, although, what's his name over there seems to have it handled.
Alright.
You're a little bit low, Ala, just so you know.
Yeah, sorry.
You're good. Alright, so you rolled a 26 perception into there, Orion. As you peered down that way, you did hear the soft sound of weeping echoing off the walls. And
Do I recognize it as Cassie's or recognize that it's not Cassie's?
you recognize
sound?
that it's not Cassie's. It sounds a lot younger than your daughter. And also, you do also hear the trickle and the splash of water.
Right, ladies. I'm sorry to be rude, but I believe in this instance, I should go first.
Oh,
Orion kind of starts down the cave.
Age before beauty.
sure. Okay.
Funny enough, he doesn't look as old as he should, by the way.
Somebody's been taking those potions of vitality.
Oh yeah.
Allah will follow after him and kind of keep closer to the walls, less in the middle of the path. And just keep an eye out. Can I maintain my earlier perception roll, or do you want me to roll again?
You can maintain your earlier perception roll. Roll a nature check for me though, Allah.
Okay. Oh no, I opened it again. No wait, it can't walk. It didn't talk. It's already open. Okay. Nature.
It didn't move you this time. You stayed put.
Yay. 14.
Nature.
Alrighty. With a 14, you notice that there's some weird spots here on the wet sandy floor where it looks like the sand has been melted by a corrosive substance to congeal into big chunks of almost crystalline matter.
Huh. Interesting. Allah's gonna stoop down for a moment and use a gloved hand to kind of pick up one of these congealed chunks and finds what looks like an empty cloth and plunks it in there and tucks it away for later studying.
Mm-hmm.
Takes a sample.
Research
There's a
samples.
soft There's a soft chuckle from Orion. Oh, I believe I don't think the water would be a problem for you. I didn't catch your name, my lady. And he turns
Irina.
to
As I jump
Irina.
into the water.
So before you do that, as you draw closer to this area here, you see, all three of you, some very recent renovations that have been made to this cave. So the entire wall over here,
Uh-oh.
the entire wall.
Teleported.
Oh, teleported.
Oh no. The entire wall right
Oh, son of a
here
bitch.
has actually been completely demolished and is currently kind of chunks in the water.
Son of a bitch.
Some of which is actually half melted. Pitted pools of diluted acid sit in some parts of it, but it's pretty much open into the room over here. You can actually see the half melted surface of the floor from where you're standing of this room right here. This wall is basically just entirely gone.
Interesting.
The dragon back?
Look good.
Apparently. Okay,
Oh,
I figured
Cassie,
it out.
what
It's
did
whenever I
you
open
get
my
this
spell book
time?
or do anything with my spells, it teleports me. Okay.
I see.
Yeah, Allah's gonna kind of survey the damage and kind of, they don't stand on the tiptoes because they're not exactly the smallest person. They're actually they're actually pretty athletic and fit looking, but they do wear kind of semi-baggy clothes, so it's not that hard, not that easy to do. But they kind of step forward and survey the damage and try to figure out if they can pass through here safely or if there's something that needs to be done about this.
So
And
it looks
Orion
Stop it!
check the water.
what was it? What did you say about her?
Not expect. Expect the water. Check the water.
I'm going in the water.
Alrighty. Kyrina, you hop into the water and you feel a slight irritation to your skin. Kind of as though you had just swam through a jellyfish. But you don't take any damage because it's been a few days and the tides have managed to dilute the acid that's in this water. Orion, you survey the damages along with Allah, and as you're looking over, you note that the roof is sound. Whatever happened here did not affect it, so the whole place isn't caving in. Just this wall appears to have been rent asunder by some kind of large beast's claws, toppling rocks and other things into the water, as well as the dissolved remains of rock that had been completely demolished by what you do not know was an acidic breath weapon. If you want to see if there's anything else in the water, though, you'll need to roll an investigation check.
Okay.
So, would you consider this stuff to be now loose earth? Or loose rocks and stuff?
Some of it's loose rock. None of it's earth, though. It's rock or sand.
Okay. I mean,
Is it possible to get to the other side towards the sound of weeping without getting into the water?
Not without getting into the water, but it's not acidic anymore. You'd feel a mild irritation like Karina's feeling right now, but it's not going to burn you. It's been diluted.
well, oh. I swear.
Oh, what the hell?
Maybe you should reload.
Yeah, try
Maybe.
refreshing roll 20.
I don't know if that's gonna help, but let's.
I mean, it can't hurt, can it?
It's the curse of the island. This is the curse. Meanwhile,
Do we have
okay,
advantages to
open the
things?
sheet. So good so far.
I don't think I do.
Open the spell book.
I'm gonna stay very,
Damn it!
very deep into the water on the edge here.
Well, if you're
Not
going to be
going
deep
on.
into the water, you're going to need to back up about 5 feet.
Okie doke.
There you go.
We still don't hear anything, do we?
You two can go ahead and roll perception checks for me.
Okay. Oh, those two. Okay.
Those two.
Ryan, very elegantly
Oh
hops
no.
into the water and
Moonflower
good
is way too sad.
Alla's gonna wade into the water, and for what stone there is, Alla's going to occasionally use mold earth, which counts for stones as well, to try and reinforce all this. That way, if the tide comes in or something, it won't wash stuff out and make it worse.
Okay.
Because I can turn difficult terrain into non-difficult terrain.
Very good.
nice.
All
I
right.
rolled a 15.
You start reinforcing this wall. It's when Kyrina is about where she is now and Orion is about to step up into the sandy surface of this room, pockmarked as it is with the scores of acid, that Lanston, you look up from your bottle and you notice them.
There's no light sources still, right?
I do not
Does
believe
not
so.
notice that.
Yeah, okay.
You hear?
That would be
you-
disadvantage then.
Well, just hearing. I wasn't looking. I was wondering if I heard them.
Well, there is bioluminescent algae that clings to the walls in here, which makes for dim light in most of the passages. So you can
Right.
sort of see things.
And you can probably hear as Allah is moving these rocks around, it'll be like deep splooshing as rocks get, pulled out of the water or dropped into the water.
Oh no,
There's
Lanston.
noise.
The dragon's
Sorry.
back.
This is
Yeah,
what
no,
Lanston
I heard.
notices. There's splashing, there's the grinding of rocks, and there's a figure emerging from the water.
Who's there? Who's there? And he
My
has his
Jasper.
weapons drawn. He has one sword drawn, pointing at the source of the sound. Like, who's there? What?
Oh shit.
Who's there?
Wait.
Ryan
okay.
kind of steps out of the water, and in the middle of his prestidigitation, as he dries himself off, he conjures a tiny light as well, just like sparkles as he moves his hands down his body to dry himself off. Calm yourself, dear man, just me. Have
No,
you
Lance,
seen a
it's a vampire.
tall young girl with horns lately?
And when you say
son of a
that, you just hear this crying initiate from nowhere because you have no idea where he is, but he's just crying.
I don't even know.
Oh,
Get out here. It's not safe. I don't know how you got here, but
No crying, no crying, no crying. It's fine. And you see Ala like fumbling with a tinderbox and a torch and and then
Suddenly,
torch
cat.
lights, torch lights, and then Ala wades out of the water and approaches with a hand outstretched, like a shh motion. Listen. It's fine. It's fine. There's nothing out there. We just came through there. There's nothing. I mean,
That's-
the water's a little.
Yeah, there was
jacked
nothing
up.
there before. And then
A
dragon
dragon.
showed up
What?
right in front of my fucking face.
It was all my fault.
Just as it
It's all
appeared,
right.
it disappeared, and it killed people.
Whoa!
Brian walks up to him, grabs him by the shirt, and slaps him once. Pull yourself together.
Whoa! No slapping traumatized people. Come on. Okay.
You don't understand. And where he's standing, he just grabs sand and like, this was a fucking person. I've seen horrors of the fucking sea, and then I've never seen a dragon appear inches away from my face.
Okay. No. I
Dragon.
believe you.
And now that you can see him, he has a ethereal hand, and some like very terrible scarring across his face. It's very blatant that he is not alive.
Ala's brows just shoot up and then there as
And you just
Ala
see like a little
air
cat
pats his
just like
shoulder.
rolling on the floor crying.
Ala just air pats his shoulder like there question mark.
Your hand goes through the shoulder. No, I'm joking.
I mean that's why air pats, not sure
well,
if
there's
actually
like
can touch.
there are clothes, but it's like they're like half sleeves, and like the entire forearm is all ethereal.
Okay. Okay.
And it's just his right arm that's ethereal. He has a corporeal left arm.
Okay. So okay.
I'm
so,
taking my harp out.
Shy wrote to you on Discord.
It's much too excitable.
yeah.
And what are you doing with your harp?
I am playing it, and can I use Song of Rest?
So they don't actually need to regain hit points or anything like
Okay.
that. But if you
I
just
wasn't
want to roll a performance check really quick to see if you can maybe help soothe some nerves and calm people down.
I actually thought you were going to use a spell, Calm Emotions.
She doesn't have that one. She has some nice things, but not that one.
I don't know what level spell that is either, so.
I also don't know, but it wasn't part
That's
of the
high.
list.
I think I could have picked it up.
Oh no.
So it's
no.
not that high.
It's
Karina,
happening again.
you were gonna play the most beautiful of songs. It was gonna be about loneliness in the sea, and as you were about to strum the keys, that cat just lets out a yowl of sorrow and pain, and it startles you and it jars your hand over the chords, which in turn let out a yowl of a harp, and it's just a discordant mess.
Oh god.
This is
Oh,
how
good,
it's
because
going
it-
to go.
Okay, I do have calm emotions. It's like a spell.
Ala's gonna try to back her up with raspberry thumbprint cookies. They're homemade. It's fine. They come out of the hair and are offered.
The hair is full of mysteries.
Eat this. Eat this. It's a road snack. It's good. I promise. Just stop crying.
And
Somebody
Pebbles
explain
is
to
actually
me.
very hungry because kind of was really running low on food at this point, and just kind of starts like inhaling it, and
between
also still
sobs.
sobbing. So it's kind of like, you know, a small child, like, you know, all the mucus and the tears all down the face eating the cookie.
We've all seen Spirited Away when Haku gives Hiro the rice balls. This is this scene right here.
Orion kind of looks
Oh.
over them and sighs and motions his hand and cleans up Pebble as they are crying still.
Okay. You're fine. I don't doubt that something terrible happened, but it's not happening right now, so that's good. Uh, why don't we take a deep breath, have a little bit of food, maybe a little bit of water, and yeah.
What do you mean? Like this just happened. This this just happened. What do you mean? It's
Well,
not safe here.
okay. Well, okay, fair. Do you want to leave? We can leave. We can go.
I'd like to leave.
Sure.
That's my exit.
I do have some
Sure.
questions before that.
Okay.
My exit.
I'm looking for somebody. And as this lady, sorry, I can't see her name. Karina said, as Lady Karina said, there was a group of you that came into the cave. I'm not sure if you are part of that group, but there was supposed to be a young woman with them. Lavender skin, horns. Did it ring
Was
any
eaten
bells?
by the dragon.
What?
Oh.
It spat at her and everybody died.
Oh no. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, there.
And he just kind of points out into the water area, just like over there.
Where did the dragon go?
It
just
was over
vanished.
there, and it came here, and it said, "I see you," and then it disappeared.
Oh.
As
That's reassuring.
the Tabaxi said, "I see you." Both the swords drop, and he covers his ears.
The ghost with PTSD.
Oh, okay. Here. Look. Okay.
All ghosts have PTSD.
It's accurate!
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Right? Okay. You're gonna hopefully stop crying. I'm gonna pick you up now. Okay. And Allah's gonna try to pick Pebble up and like with one arm under their rump, just kind of like bounce them a little bit, try to settle them, you know. And gonna look over at Lanston and say, okay, and you, I don't think I can lift, but if you don't mind walking through apparent people,
Sorry.
if you don't mind walking through apparent people soup, let's get you out of the cave and then we can talk. Okay?
It's very close.
Yeah, it's not far.
Misha, I wrote you on
What about the
Discord.
water? How did it
Okay.
not burn?
Because
Alrighty.
I mean, it's a little uncomfortable, but it doesn't burn. Are you?
Yes, you have a necklace.
Look, here, let me show you.
Yeah.
And then Paula's gonna carry
Um,
Pebble over and keep Pebble out of the water because Pebble's small enough. That she can
Pebble's
probably-
very, very much moving up your body as much as possible.
And then is gonna step into the water and kick their legs around and turn around and look at Lanston and just say, "Look, it's a little uncomfortable, but it's fine. It's not burning me. I'm not. Oh, what a world, you know."
And Pebble also is looking for any sign of shark and or dragon, frantically.
I feel like Lanston might have had a moment of lucidness and tried it before and is now missing a shoe. It was like before that water it burned through my clothes and pointing at his left foot, which is no shoe and very much like his right hand, non-corporeal, or doesn't seem to be corporeal.
Alla kind of pinches the bridge of her nose with her torch hand, and then very quickly moves the torch away from her hair, and then
Danger!
and then Alla's gonna look over at Lanston, hold up the torch away from her hair, and just say, "Look, I don't know exactly what happened here beyond what you've told me, and all I do know is if there was a dragon here, I'm gonna be honest, you seem pretty fucked up. So let's get you out of the cave, and then we can talk about it. Okay? I'll find you a shoe. I promise. There's plenty on this island.
So many shoes.
Okay, Cinderella, we'll find your shoe.
Do you wanna poke the fancy man in the arm and then come this way?
All right. So,
I'll be
Orion.
but a minute.
Orion, as you're casting about, you draw out the necklace, which is a tiny little crystalline vial shaped like an hourglass, that has a bit of gold filigree around it. But inside, instead of sand, there is a tiny little dot of red within. And as you turn the hourglass over, it kind of the red drips into the other section of the crystalline chamber, and then you feel just like a pull to the north, somewhere far to the north of where you are right now, inside this complex of caves. And you conclude that since the tide comes in and out, whatever remains you're looking for may have been washed further into this complex.
I am terribly sorry to inconvenience you all. I guess this is where we part ways. My goal is further into the cave, and I'm a bit of on a deadline here. So it was lovely to meet you, ladies and gentlemen. My way. And he kind of very elegantly walks into the water.
Bull looks frantically like, no, 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 no! It came from that way! It came from that way! And is like frantically like, I don't know what to do! I don't know what to do! I don't know what to do!
Do I see anything in the water?
You
Editors or just
you see destroyed corals. You see some dead fish floating in the waters. Some living ones, though, have started to kind of rejoin around the corals, picking at the debris of other fish. You see what looks like the half-melted skeleton of a shark, also caught underneath some of the rubble.
Oh no.
You don't see much of anything else except for the shattered and half-melted remains of a broomstick.
Oh no. Look.
are
buddy,
flying brooms repairable?
No.
Probably easier to buy a new one.
It
Yeah.
would be way easier to get a new one than it would be to repair this one.
Yeah, buddy, I wouldn't go in there alone if I were you. Look, I don't know if there's a dragon in there, but definitely things you don't want to face alone. So, I get you're on a deadline, but do you want to take at least like just 5 minutes this direction? Just, this direction, just to gather our thoughts. We don't even know who these
Could just
people
be-
are, but
You could just be toying with us and be invisible, waiting for people to search for us. I don't know. It said it saw us, and then it disappeared. And then
okay,
nothing.
Okay. Hey. Shush. None of that. Stop it.
I love how
They have
Alice
strange
did that.
magics, right? That's what I've heard.
Strange
The rumors.
magic.
They have rare, strange magics.
As you keep saying more and more things, Pebble's getting like more and more agitated and poofy.
Okay. Alice gonna go to pinch the bridge of their nose, remember the torch, hold the torch out, and just look. Okay, you don't know me very well, but my name is Allah. I have made this past year and a half in this hellhole my job to figure out what's here. Now, I don't know exactly what's here, but I have a general idea, and usually it's not dragons. So whatever happened to you, I am sorry. I do not doubt it was traumatic. but there's no dragon here right this second. Okay? And I promise you, if a dragon appears, I will throw everything I have at it and give you a chance to run. But until that time, would you please get your ass together and come with me?
Roll intimidation or persuasion, whichever.
You should listen to her. On the other hand, and this one is addressed to Allah,
They're
you can
both
see
negative
these
ones.
people are not ready to go deeper into the cave, and I'm not sure they should be left alone either.
It was more convincing when you didn't almost set your hair on fire with the torch.
Yeah. Look, I
What did you roll?
11.
11.
Okay, am I rolling anything or?
No, I was just trying to see how persuasive their argument was going to be.
Orion is
Yeah, I
gonna
roll like a
throw
will
his own
save
lot
to like
in.
try to calm down.
You can calm down if you want to. It's your character. You'd know if they would react to that speech favorably or not. I just wanted to see how it played out.
Okay. Sounds it spark an old memory in him, and he does seem to like his breathing steadies a little bit more.
Breathing.
Well, what appeared to
His
be breathing?
demeanor.
What appeared to be breathing?
Is existing.
As he was like hyperventilating, even though he doesn't breathe.
Yeah, it's like he stopped breathing because he no longer
What muscle?
he's no longer hyperventilating.
Okay, so yeah, Olive's gonna nod at Lanston like good boy, and then Olive's gonna turn and look at Orion and say, "Look, as for you, I know you're eager to do whatever the hell you want to do, but A, you're not going in there alone. It's stupid, and if I let you go in there alone, then technically your death is on me, and I know that's not how that works. But shut up. And then 2,
But shut up.
and 2, where did the mermaid lady go?"
I do believe she left a
Mermaid.
while ago.
Mermaid,
And
what?
while I would be very grateful for your help, I'm not sure these people should be left alone, and neither would I make them come with us. And
Yeah,
subject them to the horrors of whatever this cave might hold. I will be
Yeah.
fine, my dear. You don't need to worry about me.
Okay, you know what? I've known you all of 5 minutes. You have a fancy ass ship out there. That means you have more money than you. I don't know why I'm so dead. You know, have fun. Olive's just gonna start walking Pebble this way. If you're coming, ghost boy, get over here.
Mermaids, ghost boy, mermaids.
He's actually like. There was a moment of clarity thanks to Ala or Arda.
Allah.
I'm still hearing Ada.
Allah,
I'm
Allah.
um, so I think my argument wins because I have the torch and Orion doesn't.
sorry.
He has dark
He's not really bothered by the torch, but it's also like, well, like, yeah, yes, okay. Especially if you're strong enough to capture a siren. Okay.
What?
All right.
Sure. Okay, sure.
And if you want, you can make
Gonna
like a
set Pebble down.
general insight check on his clothes or attire of what's left of it.
Well, Pebble makes a break for it. Bye, Pebble!
Whoa. Oh, shit. Okay,
It's not a hard one.
well, now they have a free hand to pinch the bridge of their nose, which seems to be a habit they've been trying to do, and they finally do it. Oh, sweet. Okay.
Yeah, you can probably tell that he has very much like a pirate attire, or what is stereotypical of that. Like lived on the sea, it looks like.
Yeah, Allah's gonna walk back after Pebble just fucking books it and just peer around the corner like, are you coming?
Yeah, I don't have control of my token right now. I'm still driving out of
Oh.
character.
Oh, sorry. You moved it before, so I didn't realize that you were. Okay, I'll do that.
I had a moment of just short movements, but on mobile, Roll20 maps are difficult to work with.
And then some.
Karina, are you taking a trance nap?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Alla books
Don't
it
worry about
too.
me. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Mm.
In the meantime, Allah's gonna take a minute to boop, and then, yeah.
Boop.
Yeah. Allah's gonna take a moment to summon a beast.
Which one?
It's going to be of the air, and it's going to be a bat.
Alrighty.
And we're gonna have the bat tail Orion, so that way she can keep tabs on where his ass goes.
Alrighty. You create a bat, and it starts to tail Orion.
I see where this piece of rock stops.
Okay, you know what?
because
We're
Sure.
just here now.
Hold on one
I'm not.
from what I see,
Yeah, I'll show you 1 second.
there might be a passage.
Pebble is like hugging the ground, like I'm out of the cave.
And with his
Yeah,
senses,
they shouldn't be
he was like,
forced
well,
inside again.
wait, so we are just letting him go off on his own?
Oh no! I have no intention of letting him go off on his own. I've got a little helper kind of helping me out here. Though we are gonna have to catch up.
That's a bet.
soon.
I'm like, what's in the water?
Although we are gonna have to catch up soon if we want to, not get left behind. Where? Oh, it's gonna look around and see Karina. Oh, there you are. Wait, hang on. Kind of shucks the torch into the sand and tries to douse it. Look, hey, where did you go? Why'd you do it just like that?
What do you mean? That you wanted. Well, Sir wanted that I brought him to someone, and I did, and I left the cave.
Well, yeah, but generally when you do an escort, you see the whole. Wait, it's fine. Olive waves her hands and.
Channels World of Warcraft for half a second.
You wait till you get paid when you're an escort before you leave.
I wasn't paid.
I'm sorry.
That was what I was thinking.
There was no exchange. There was no exchange of money, or otherwise.
Well, yeah. Didn't you say you wanted to get paid for that? Why are you just letting him walk off? We gotta go after him and get your payment, right?
I suppose.
Okay, so let's go. Come on. Jeez.
I'm sorry.
Allah is the best.
See,
Okay.
my brain went to the perfectly normal place of if you don't keep up with the person as part of your escort quest, they're going to get killed by something because they'll just walk off without you. And that was channeled from World of Warcraft. But god damn it, Rob, you had to take it there, didn't you?
Okay. So.
He is a pirate.
Mm-hmm.
Was
Actually, a lot.
a pirate.
So Ala, rubbing her temples,
That's
kind of
his
looks down at Pebble and just. Okay. So, hi, my name's Ala. What's your name, first of all?
My name is Little Moonflower, but everyone calls me Pebble.
Okay, great. Pebble, hi. Good to meet you. You seem like a nice individual. Okay, so, I'm not really good at handling other people's emotional baggage, but I have more cookies. Would you like them?
I like cookies.
Okay, fantastic. Ola's gonna reach into their bag, pull out this little cloth pouch of thumbprint cookies. There's like 12 in there. It's like just Here.
And Pebble starts munching on the cookies.
Okay.
And he
Cool.
looks at
Good.
you and goes, I'm not good with my own emotional baggage either.
Cool. That's
Pardon
two
me a
of
second,
us.
guys.
That makes two of us. How about we take the emotions and stuff them into a teeny tiny little pocket in the inside of our chest cavity?
I tried
That
that,
sounds unhealthy.
and it kind of kept exploding back out.
Okay. Well, look, I'm gonna be frank with you. The man decided to walk into the inside of that cave deeper by himself, and he's stupid. I have to go make sure the rich man doesn't kill himself. So you can come with me, or you can stay here and wait for me to come back. I don't know when that'll be, though.
He was looking for Cass, Miss Lady.
I think that was her name. Yeah, some firm writing lavender person.
She was my friend. Maybe I should help, because she would want me to help.
Oh, okay. That's very noble of you.
You
I
should
just really don't
convince.
want to see a dragon again.
You should convince your friend, Pebble. You should convince your friend to come with us.
Yeah.
I just
yeah.
met him. I don't know really who he is.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
He was
Ala
in the
looks
cave
over
when I
at
got
Lanston,
there.
like, huh?
You've just spent 4 to
Yeah.
5 days crying in a cave with him.
Been trapped in that cave for I don't know how long.
Uh-huh.
I
Ala kind
yeah, well, I'm not gonna. Yeah, just trapped.
of
Not because I can't swim, but obstacles I couldn't handle by myself.
There were a
Ala
lot of
kind of
sharks.
scrubs at their goatee a little bit and stares at Lanston that just perks up, how do you feel about going back in?
Good night, baby.
I think you would like to go back. I think you want to
Good night, guys.
be able
Love
to
you. Sleep well.
traverse this place and get out on your own.
Don't eat your brother. Yes, I love you, Patrick. Don't kiss my armpit. Jesus
Why
Christ.
does that sound like you're casting suggestion on me?
It's just a 26 persuasion.
I mean, she actually does have suggestion if she wants to try to cast
it
that.
sounded like it was.
And in fact, since you can't actually,
shit.
since you can't actually actively use your persuasion on other players, you could cast suggestion on him.
Okay.
Ala mutters under her breath. You want to help me find artifacts?
Oh no, I have a suggestion. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah. Perfect.
It's a
Yeah.
DC
Duration
15 saving throw. Wisdom saving throw.
Concentration up to 8 hours.
It's doable.
Wisdom, you said?
Yep. But
This
Well,
is gonna end well.
by the
By the
time
time
that
he snaps out of
concentration
it.
gets interrupted, it'll be
Oh,
too late.
16!
Oh,
Oh,
dang.
yeah, 16. Okay, look.
Amazing.
I've dealt with you before, and I was gonna help because I don't leave people alone. That was very unnecessary. Your tricks won't work on me. I've dealt with your kind before.
I
Pebble
didn't
looks
try hard
confused and-
enough.
Looks confused and is just eating a cookie on the sand.
Yeah, Ala looks confused too. Like, what the hell?
It'll be fine. I wasn't trying hard enough.
Okay. Okay, I'm
Wait,
gonna
is
go
there
save
any
the stupid
sort
man
of
now. If you guys want to help me, feel free. But I gotta go. He's getting away. So we're gonna go. Okay, bye bye.
All right,
Pebble's like
All
grasping
this-
your arm very tightly as they're going in.
we're gonna time out right there for a second and go back to Orion. Orion, you are kind of slogging your way through the water. It was about 10 feet deep in that particular cave, but you finally made it to the other side to a small passage leading inwards. And it was to the north that you'd felt the tug of your necklace. This one is a little bit shallower. The water is only about knee deep as you get up on the stony floor that lines here. You see a lot more of that luminescent algae that's sort of clinging to the walls at about tide level height. And there are several barnacles on both the floor and the walls that make it for a little bit of a careful going, a little bit of difficult terrain. There's a slight kind of push and pull to the water here, the littlest bit of tide back and forth, and you conclude that somewhere this connects to the ocean, perhaps.
Do I see, like looking even at the ceiling, anything that might want to eat me?
Not
Like
currently.
slimes and stuff?
Not currently.
Okay, then I make my way carefully further inside.
Just thought of a better reaction.
All right, you make your way in, and you see a passageway to the north. It's very small and thin, barely able for a person of your size to squeeze through. And then another larger one sloping down to the south.
Well, I do need to go north. I go back for a moment and check if that other passageway, this one,
Mm-hmm.
might have gone further up.
Yeah, you can definitely do that.
Then I'm gonna do that.
All the while, you do hear a flapping noise behind you as a tiny little bat follows you around.
Oh, it does not connect. Okay. I look at the bat. Eye it. I determine if it's a natural inhabitant or like a familiar or something.
Arcana check.
Oh no.
Oh, just a quiet whisper.
Just a bat. It's just a bat.
Bat.
It's a cave. Bats live in
Yeah.
caves. It's an ocean bat. It's fine.
Yeah, that's rolling, Ray.
The water bat.
Squeeze,
Oh,
squeeze.
Lord.
There's fruit bats, so this must be a seaweed bat.
Alrighty.
God, I'm gonna have to play this map the entire time fully zoomed out in case I teleport again.
Oh god. Alright, so you peer into this area, and as you step from the kind of squeezed in space into this more open, almost grotto-like area, you see that there are several other light sources here. There are large scallop-like shells that have been embedded in the walls, and they currently hold a kind of flickering bluish flame. And you can see a couple of odd items placed along the walls. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Just a sec. Perception.
With a 12, you can see that they appear to be bones. There are bones placed at several intervals along the wall here, some arranged in patterns, some looking like they were tossed there carelessly, some actually hanging from spurs of rock as if placed there deliberately.
Do I see the back of the cave? Like where it continues?
Yeah, you see a continuing passage over here.
It's a passage, okay. Yeah, or...
good.
I'm gonna make my way very carefully further.
Okie
Like
dokie.
you said it's knee high, the water is knee high. I'm not swimming, I'm walking, right?
You are currently walking, sloshing through the water right here.
He's grabbing his walking stick tighter.
And
Around the corner.
Alrighty. Bat's still following along. Squeak, squeak, squeak.
From this distance, would I see whether this connects to this end?
What connects to what now?
The lower right passage connects to the exit that kind of visible on the map, but doesn't know about. But
This is about as far as you can see in the current position that you're in.
okay, okay. So I'm going north. North, north, north we go.
Alright. And it would probably be at about that point that the rest of the team would be entering back into the passageway. So we're going to cut over to them really quick.
yeah, so Ala is, has a cat on one arm and just is striding into this tunnel with purpose. Unbuttoning cufflinks and rolling up sleeves and just, all right, let's do this. And then Ala's gonna go, call behind her first. Okay, if you're coming with me, you gotta stay close and don't be stupid. And if you're staying out there, be careful. Dinosaurs sometimes generally don't start cooking food or nothing on the beach. Not a good idea. Anyway, yeah, bye. And then Ala's gonna keep going.
Also, just note that, when you walk in here, you can feel a pebble on your arm, but you can't see a pebble because you got rid of your torch.
I mean, kind of the same. If I stop moving, I disappear.
We're both just like invisible.
Disappearing people.
It's blink beasts.
Ah.
It's great.
So,
Is it odd that the ghost man is the most visible one?
The siren's not
Taking
turning
bumps in the
invisible
night.
either.
but Ala is grumbling
Bling
enough
beast.
that you can generally discern where Ala is. And Ala knows that he was headed this way, so Ala's gonna go this way too. Just wading through the water. It will offer to pick Pebble up if Pebble doesn't want to touch the water. Understands, may not want to walk through friend soup.
Well, it's about 10 feet deep here, so everybody's swimming, unless you've got something that lets you walk on water.
Technically, but it'd be very difficult, so no.
I'm
So,
swimming.
yeah, Ala's gonna get to about here, and, I don't know. Elle's gonna get to about there, and suddenly just give a sharp whistle, and try to recall her beast friend, her bat friend.
There's a squeaking noise echoing off the cave walls from the north as the tiny little bat flitters back through the passageways.
Would Orion hear the whistle?
Orion
Probably.
probably would hear the whistle.
Yeah, she's not being, like, sneaky about it.
And as you do that, Kyrina, when they whistle and it bounces through the walls, you hear a large splash to the south of you somewhere.
Pardon.
Once the bat comes back,
I'll keep that in mind.
once the bat comes back, Allah's gonna, give it a little coochie goo on top of its head, and then it's gonna be like, okay, bud, do you mind showing me where he went, please? And
he starts
Ooh, the-
flittering back through that way.
well, okay, this way then. This way. Don't think you couldn't have waited 5 minutes. It took us like 5 minutes to get ourselves together. But no, I have a big fancy boat. I have to go now.
You can hear this complaining, by the way, Ryan.
Yeah. He's like, he stopped and waited up for what will happen as soon as he figured out that the bat actually does belong to somebody. And now he's just chuckling to himself in the dark.
Also, little Moonflower just notices all these bones against the wall and has like a mini panic attack.
Yeah, there's a lot of bones. And Moonflower, actually, with that perception check, you would notice something else amongst the bones.
Oh no.
You see a rusted short sword that is strapped to the waist of one of the skeletons.
Oh no.
And then inside of the skull of another, clenched between its jaws, there's a large, sparkling emerald.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Pebble is just kind of like staring at the emerald, then looks at like the skeleton face and looks back at the emerald and then like sees the whole face and is like, shiny death, shiny death, shiny death. And doesn't know what to do, and you just hear him kind of like, oh.
So sparkling,
Oh,
Pebble.
okay.
It's the deepest
would-
green that you've ever seen, deeper than the kelp. Oh,
I would refrain from disturbing this if
Out of character, deeper than a certain acidic green.
yes.
Oh, Lord. Ola's gonna notice that Ola doesn't have a cat on their arm anymore and turn around and just. Okay. Pebble. Pebble. Kind of
Pretty it is, and then how scary it is, but how pretty it is.
The light from the green,
what?
it calls me. And I know I want that stone.
What
But it's
in the
inside a
world
skull
are
and
you
it's
talking
leering
about?
right at me. And I know it's a fucking trap.
Actually, this would be an investigation, right? Probably.
Sorry, what was that, Olive?
Would this be perception or investigation to try and see what?
With the 20 perception, you can definitely see the rock that Moonflower is currently entranced by. It's such a pretty shiny.
Being a researcher, do I know this is a trap, or do I have a pretty good idea that it's a trap? Or
I
am I also
believe
shiny?
I believe that would be an intelligence check to figure out if it's a trap or not.
Here we go.
I believe in you and your dreams.
I don't.
Oh my
It's
god, I didn't
fine.
realize
Minus
that.
1 for intelligence.
Ala, it's
wouldn't-
fine. It's definitely fine. It's not a trap at all.
I'm a researcher with a -1 to intelligence.
Karina,
I don't want to talk about it.
Karina, you're not currently in the same room, but if you want to go back where they are, you can give that a shot again.
So apparently
need
I
to make
know
any
it's
rolls?
a trap, but can I figure out if there's a way to not have it trap me?
Actually, Moonflower, it's not a trap. With the 17, you can see that it was just placed there artfully to highlight this band's skull. Somebody put it there, for sure, but it does not appear to be attached to anything, and neither does the skeleton appear to be attached to anything.
Ola's just pinching the bridge of their nose, like, okay, just grab,
Grab it.
and let's go.
You grab it, the skull falls off the wall and into the water with a plunk, but nothing else happens. And you now have an emerald worth 850 gold in your possession.
Jesus Christ.
Nice.
Okay, are you happy? Let's keep going now. No distractions.
I'm
Come on.
not very happy at all, but I got a shiny.
Yeah, good job, buddy. Gently pats shoulder. Okay, let's not fall behind. Come on. Follow the squeaky bat. Squeak, squeak.
Everybody happy then?
Well, yeah. Now that we caught up to you, Mister, yeah, sure.
I see you convinced our new friends to accompany us.
Well,
I hope they
pretty
won't
much they-
panic. The drop of a hat.
Well, pretty much they agreed that it's very unwise to go in here alone.
That's very kind of them.
Yeah. Okay. So,
Alright, this next
Where are we going?
room that you're peering into, Orion, that you stopped at, that you waited at, appears to have a lot deeper water. You estimated it to be anywhere between 10 to 20 feet deep. It's kind of hard to tell because there is a large mass of seaweed lining the bottom of the floor here, rising up from whatever the bottom surface of this chamber is. It's kelp, probably.
Does it seem like there's anything living in there? Like, dangerous?
Go ahead
Creatures?
and roll a perception check.
Oof. It's kind of distracted by the company.
It doesn't look like there's anything living in there.
I was gonna step up and try to take a look and see anything.
You see quite a number of strands of this kelp that floats in the water. It looks like it's very healthy, very green. You can see small crustaceans climbing through the water here and there. You can see not a lot of fish, mostly just crustacean-like creatures. You can see what looks like an old boot, half sunken in a mass of vegetation. You can
Found a shoe for Langston.
It might be his shoe. You don't know.
Okay. Okay. Allah is going to kind of like, clap their hands together, give it a little rub, and then all right. Let me take a look here. Make sure it's okay. Give me a minute. And then as Allah like tips forward into the water and dives down, there's a faint shimmer as Allah's going to turn into a reef shark.
Ooh. I got a good
How
picture
do
for
our-
that. Hold on 1 second.
How do our
Oh,
dear
poor Pe-
friends react to that?
Poor Pe-
Actually, you know what? Fair. How about a crocodile? I can
You
do
don't
that.
know. You don't know their trauma.
Yeah, you don't know.
Fair. I'm sorry, guys.
You haven't even seen the shark bones in the bottom of the previous big pool.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all those shark bones would have been disintegrated.
All right.
Ryan found the
Pebble
dead
is actually
shark.
looking in these directions here at the moment, making sure nothing's coming up from behind. So he might not have noticed anything yet.
I feel like Lanson's actually seen this before in his past, so it actually doesn't really
I
phase
can just
him
dive
that
down
much.
myself.
He just twitches nervously even though he knows it's harmless.
Yeah, well, everybody probably except Pebble would have seen her turn into the shark.
Hold
Sorry,
on
what is
one
a war ostrich?
What?
What?
An ostrich that goes to war.
I'm like, what is a war ostrich?
It's a Nicosia war ostrich. Don't worry about it.
I'm sorry, a war ostrich?
It's in the
Yes.
challenge
I'm
rating
confused.
list.
I can turn into a war ostrich.
I want to see that.
I'm gonna dive down too
Hold on
because I
one
want
second.
to make
Nicosia
sure
war
One
ostrich.
there's
second.
nothing in there that I
One
want.
second. Everybody wants to time out for just 1 second. Let me get the reef shark up. Then we'll talk. Okay? Okay.
If
I
you
mean,
must.
Lanston
There's
might be
no
helping
official
taking
art.
point too.
There's no official art for the Nicosia war ostrich, but I did find this.
Okay, that will officially be the war ostrich picture. It comes with its own
And
suit of
this-
armor that
That's an
rides on its back.
emu.
Oh, I like the second one even better.
But I think
The
those are
second
emus.
The second one has the same kind of effects I would expect out of the movie Velocipaster.
Oh god, not that fucking shit again.
Did you
But
see my
anyway.
message?
I did.
Yeah.
I
You're
think.
welcome.
I watched that movie twice already now
My
before you
God.
even sent me that.
You people.
Well, I mean, if in the first 5 minutes in the movie you're gonna replace a car explosion with the words VFX car explosion, it's gold!
Yeah.
Wait, which movie is that?
It's literally called Velocipaster on
Right. I
on
remember
Netflix.
that
No, Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime or Netflix? I can't remember
It's
which.
Netflix. Pretty sure it's Netflix.
So,
I don't know which one, but
No.
I've heard about it a lot.
so as
bitch.
as y'all
were made.
dive into the water, and this is a whoopsie.
Yeah, Lanston probably would have helped and helped with taking point because oxygen is not a problem for him.
Oh, so you're in the water too, is what you're saying? Good, excellent.
Orion is still standing on the edge, like watching. Oh yeah, little girl wants to help. Okay, let them help. It's fine.
So, yeah, Ryan, you're watching as the siren, the dead guy, and the elf who suddenly is a shark dive into the water here. And as they do so, all three of them need to make a dexterity saving throw as the gently waving kelp comes to life and begins to wrap around their bodies.
Sounds good.
It was way too healthy.
Alright, you're good.
Healthy kelp feed on things.
Lanston?
Ooh, I'm proficient.
Sharks are smooth, don't you
That
know?
means nothing.
18
It
total.
does.
Okay.
Are you kidding?
All three of you manage to shake off the kelp. And as you do so, you hear a noise from the southern end of the passage where the water is deepest and darkest. And Kyrina, you look up after shaking off a section of strangle kelp to see a large eel-like creature bounding through the water towards you. And he is going to make a surprise attack against you, and then everybody can go ahead and roll initiative after that.
After you click on your character. Thinking over my go teleport again.
Yeah.
All right.
I am the reef
Oh,
shark.
shit.
Okay, I see.
So,
I'm not good with initiative.
Kyrina, that is a 24 to hit, and I know that hits. So you're
God.
going to take 8 piercing damage as this eel hound bites into your shoulder like a moray eel, and then its body, slippery and slick with slime, wraps around you, and you are currently grappled by this eel hound.
Okay.
Don't know if you've done it already, but I need you to roll initiative for me.
Okay.
Also, I'm assuming that Pebble didn't hear anything coming from this part of the cave.
You heard a big splash. Oh, you mean the part that you were watching? No. You don't hear anything but the soft, gentle sound of surf in front of you. Behind you, though, you hear a lot of things going on back there.
He's afraid to look.
Oh, you sweet thing.
Tangle kelp gets
Pebble might get adopted at the end of this by Ryan's house. I'm just like, he's so cute. Also notices treasure. We can use him.
Definitely can use him. Alrighty. Let's see here. Do we have everybody up on the board now?
I don't see a turn order, so I can only assume.
Yeah, me neither.
Alright, got Moonflower, got the Reef Shark, got Orion, got Lanston, got... Oh, did I forget to roll initiative for the Eel Hound? I thought I did that.
No, you did the kelp.
Oh, that
Unless that's what the
confused
10 is.
Yeah, that would...
Or was that for Lanston?
I think that was for Lanston.
I'm the one with the
You've been
plus one.
turned into a kelp. A sea kelp.
I'm the
Lanston,
one with the plus one.
there's the eel hound. Okay, cool. Alrighty. Are we missing anybody?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We're missing Karina.
Oh.
You didn't
I
click
thought
on
I
your
rolled.
character. Hold on. I'll add you to the turn order and just bump you to 11.
Thanks.
Turn.
Also the
Also the what now?
I don't know if you rolled the 10 for Langston and the 5 for the kelp, but there's no kelp and there's a 5 for Langston in the order.
That's weird. There we go.
Check on that.
Make sure I'm not clicking on anybody while I roll
Oh,
kelp.
and since I was attacked by the strangled kelp, I think that does break my concentration, unless that I have to get hit first.
You have to get hit first and make a saving throw.
Okay, so I did make a saving throw, but I passed. So does my concentration break still?
No, it's fine. It should
You're
be
fine.
fine then.
You didn't get hit. You survived. You made a dexterity saving throw to not get caught by kelp. You did not get caught by kelp.
Okay, I get how it works.
At least not yet, anyway.
It's still a bad friend.
You're fine for now.
You sure do. You do have a bat friend, which I should probably. Did you summon it at level at spell slot level 2 or 3?
Whatever level it's on. So I think 3. Yeah.
You did a third
No, 2.
level bestial spirit?
No. It was summon beast at level 2,
Okay. Summon beast at level 2.
and I already took away my skill point.
Alrighty. You've got control of him now. You should roll
Hooray.
initiative for him.
Oh, it should, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't do much, but sure.
I mean, it's better than nothing.
Nice.
Alright. I can't get the strangle kelp on the board, so everybody just remember it's at 5. It's after the eel
Okay.
hound.
Getcha.
Alrighty, so first up is Moonflower. Moonflower, you heard a lot of stuff going on behind you, Moonflower.
Okay, so Moonflower is gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I move up a little further and still be on the ledge, or does that go right into the water?
That goes right into the water.
Okay. And I'm gonna see a shark
Sure are.
and an eel. And can I make an intelligence check to see if I know if shark is bad or something?
To be
If it
honest,
helps, the shark isn't attacking anybody.
No, it attacked me. Oh, not the shark. Yeah.
I mean,
The
you
eel
didn't see a lot change, so it would kind of be metagaming to know
Yeah.
that the shark was a lot, unless somebody explicitly tells you that.
Yeah, if you didn't see her change, you would see shark and be like, "Holy fuck!"
Okay. I'm gonna
just
go shark and whip out my bow.
I don't know how good of hearing sharks have.
I don't know, actually. You don't really hear people talk much about shark hearing.
Yeah,
I think it's good. I think
So
it's
is
actually
about-
really good.
Oh, okay.
But
I know
can't
their
remember.
smell is amazing, but I don't know nothing about their sight or their hearing. Well, no, I think their sight.
Sharks have an acute sense of hearing and are sensitive to low frequency signals.
Okay, and this is pretty high frequency. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
They're attracted to sounds made by wounded prey. Sorry, just reading some Google facts. No
Well-
one else is gonna say anything when he shrieks shark. Everyone's just like, yeah, it is.
The shark's
No,
gonna
I'm
look out
underwater.
the startle.
I'm underwater, right?
Lanston's
so like,
underwater.
I try to talk.
Karina's underwater. The shark can't talk. The only one who could tell
It's
you
not
is
our turn.
you can talk as a free action. Ryan,
Okay,
you're
then
the
I'm
only one
gonna
who...
just gently. Can I act as a session? like,
Can you what?
A free action, yes.
You can talk as a free action.
like I don't think Orion would talk, but just gently try to put his hand up. Like, no, it's okay, it's all right, dear. The shark is with us.
What do you mean it's alright, the shark?
Yeah, Pebble's gonna look very confused.
If you look around carefully, you see that one of us is missing. That is the shark.
She got eaten by the shark!
Alright, Moonflower, given the current information, what do you do?
I don't know, did she get eaten by the shark? And do I see Kyrena getting attacked?
You do see Kyrena getting attacked by the eel hound. Who
So,
looks kind of like a moray eel with legs. Here, let me make him bigger. He's actually supposed to be a bigger token. There we go.
Oh, look at him!
Well, actually, he's a medium, so he would be smaller. But I make him bigger so you can see what he looks like for a minute. There he is. Isn't he cute?
No, look at him.
I love him.
Cute.
So Moonflower's gonna like look at Orion and be like, "Oh, maybe shoot the shark the next time and shoot at a thing that is wrapped around Kyrena."
Okie dokie. Go ahead and roll.
Now, would I get sneak attack since I am just running up there?
I would allow it.
Isn't there
Okay.
a ledge in between? There's a ledge right here.
And I'm also...
I think he can get sneak attack at least because there are people around.
Yeah, but
the eel
That's
hound.
true too.
The eel hound did not see a tiny cat because you are currently in dim light, so it can't see you anyway. You're invisible.
Yeah,
That's
but there's
right,
a-
I
there's
am
a-
visible.
There's a ledge.
Unless he has blind sight. Does he have blind sight? No.
Good. And because of Dread Ambusher, if I take an attack action on my first turn, I get one additional weapon attack, and if it hits, the target takes an extra 1d8 damage of that weapon's attack. So I get to attack twice, and if I hit, I get plus d8 for it.
Okay.
I believe. Something like that. I think I hit.
Do you hit? You do actually hit, yes.
And then I also get sneak. And then I also get the 1d8. That's definitely gonna help. But then
Every
I also
little counts.
but then I also get to attack a second time.
Ooh, nice.
That still hits.
Is it still sneak because I'm still
No.
invisible?
No, you only get the sneak attack on the first one.
And
yeah, once a turn.
Yeah.
let me
once per
reread
turn.
this thing. If that attack hits the target, does it get an additional 1d8 for that one too?
No.
Okay. Then I think that's it.
That is
Alright.
26.
So you loose 2 bolts into the eel hound, which hisses sharply from where it is currently grappling Kyrena in the water. And you can see one jade green eye, about the same color as the emerald that you just retrieved, shift to look at you from its position.
Oof.
Oh, also, I was incorrect, Sives, about your bestial spirit. It does disappear, but not because of the strangle kelp. It's because you turned into an animal, and you have to maintain concentration on one of the two.
Yeah, gotcha.
Oh.
I think
I
I
didn't
felt.
realize wild shape was concentration.
Wild shape is
Jeez.
concentration, yes.
Yeah, I felt like it was gonna poop for some reason, but I couldn't remember exactly why.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about that.
It's all good.
All right, Moonflower, that is it for your turn. Kyrena, you're gonna try to use Friend of the Sea to talk to him?
Yes, to release me from the grapple.
All right, go ahead and roll a quick Arcana check for me, Kyrena. with advantage. All right, Kyrina, you start speaking to the eel hound. You would normally do so in Aquan, but you recognize it as one of your own, a fey creature, because merfolk often speak and hang out with eel hounds who like to live around their settlements. And you were not expecting to find one in this cavern. But as you are speaking to it and saying, hey, can you let me go? I'm a friend. You notice that its eyes have a weird shimmering glaze to it, as though it is not currently in control of its own actions.
Mm.
Okay. Can I try to get out of the grapple?
Yes, that would just be a strength. Is it a check or a save? One moment.
Yep.
Yep, that's a strength or a dexterity check. You can also use acrobatics or athletics if one of those is better.
I think this one.
So, with a life twist of somebody who has spent almost the entirety of their life in water, you twist out of the eelhound's grasp.
Okay. And then that's my turn.
That is your turn.
Okay.
But you know that the eelhound is currently not in control of
Possessed.
itself. Alright, Reef Shark, aka Allah, you're up.
Yeah. Alla kind of twists around to see this happen, and noting that Karina was able to free herself, uh, and also noting there's a couple of arrows in this dude. Alla's gonna like zoom on over here and kind of, you know, uh, push you guys out of the way as Alla gets over here and is gonna try to grab the reef shark in her jaws, but not so much to hurt it, more to
Grapple in teeth?
Yeah, immobilize.
Alright,
Cool.
go ahead and try to grapple it. Make a contested strength check.
No, that's a saving throw. Heck. Damn it!
I believe it's the
You
same.
have advantage.
It's the
no?
yes, that also it's the same modifier. So,
Oh, okay, cool.
and yeah, you are currently grappling the eel hound. A kind of foul, slimy taste kind of enters your mouth. Eels are kind of
Ew.
slimy.
Yeah, no, granted. Ugh. And then, Alla's gonna try to take it a little over here, keep it.
So as you move in that direction, you find your path is actually barred by a set of large, bulbous eyes and distended features that
Oh,
peer
shit.
out from beneath a layer of kelp and a rocky overhang. As
Oh.
the merbeast
Zandakarp.
I mean, after he had his big change in Saltmarsh, he needed to find a new home, and this is where he went to. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's not Magikarp, it's a Merbeast. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get enough of it. It's so good.
Anyway, yeah, Xandercarp the Merbeast is currently rooming in that particular area. His body seemed to have grown more fish-like since the incidents of Saltmarsh at the Alchemist House. His arms are covered with a mixture of scales and flesh, weird fins in odd places. One eye is larger than the other, and his gaping mouth has a series of teeth that no fish should ever have, almost piranha-like in nature. His mouth is wide and distended, almost like a crocodilian grin, as he peers at the reef shark that has swam into his grasp.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Dinner is served.
Yeah, we're gonna nope right out of there.
And you're gonna take an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, that's fine. I have a 13. Whatever you throw at me is gonna hit. I can
Oh,
hear
god damn it!
That
no.
one?
That one.
Yeah.
No. No.
Well,
Oh, okay.
It is the cave of Nat 1.
oh my god.
know, right?
What the fuck is
If it-
99?
If it was another 87, I was gonna shit myself.
It is 99.
Wait, 99. Isn't that like roll like 3 more or something?
I think it might be actually.
Oh no.
First Dieland strikes again.
Is the right one? Yeah, it is 99. Severely unlucky. Whoops. Didn't mean to click on that. Whoopsie daisy.
86.
Now, if we got 3
Christ, roll
87s
twice
in a
more.
row, we get the 3 of the exact same dragon?
No, we'd get Vecnilas and his cousins. Just
Okay, so I have to roll twice more, so we got a 15 and a 94. Okay, so a 15 is whoops. Okay,
oh no.
that's a dexterity check for him. Come on, Xander Carp. You've got a +0 in that. Yeah. Cool. So Xander Carp drops his trident that he was trying to stab you with. I have to roll a d8 to determine the direction.
I think if he dropped it, it probably went down.
Yeah, straight down, actually. All 12 feet straight down, and it bends itself point first inside the kelp. And let's see, what is a 94?
The kelp is now armed.
All your magical items. Oh, that's
Oh,
going to
no.
be interesting. So, as the trident embeds itself in the kelp, you see a flicker of magical energy around it flare up briefly and then go out completely. And all of a sudden, the eel hound that was in your jaws stops struggling and just looks very confused. Oh, fuck! He says.
Language, my dear.
Can I, as a shark, talk to the hound, or do I have to be a hound to talk to a hound?
You would have to be an eel hound to talk to an eel hound, and
Okay,
I don't think you can
Ken?
do that CR level.
Okay, can I talk to Karina? Because she has this.
Yes, you can talk to
okay.
Karina. Karina can understand you.
Okay. It's a telepathic thing, right?
I was gonna say, because you have an eel in your mouth.
She understands. She understands swishes of your fin and flaps of your tail and like
Body
your
language.
gills
Okay.
and stuff. She understands anything with a swim speed.
So using body language, Ala is gonna look at Karina, like kind of do a little bit of a head tilt towards this dude, and then Karina, and then this dude, and then stare in like this direction, like tell it to leave. And then
I was just about to.
is going to let it go tentatively after getting some sort of yes from Karina.
If I say yes, will it go? I thought it was possessed still.
You
No.
don't know yet if it will listen to you or not, but you could definitely tell it to run away and see what happens on its turn, because it can't actually move right now, regardless of whether it wants to or not.
Yeah, the only reason Ala did it because Ala could feel it not fighting anymore. Like it's like
Yeah,
they
it
can't-
is currently hanging in Ala's reef shark jaws, very confused and not really sure what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect then. Yep.
All right, so you turn to the eel hound and tell it to run away.
Yeah.
Okay.
and Ala will let it go.
Okay. So and Ala
Yeah.
also releases it from its jaws. And Orion, you're up.
Oh, it seems like they are dealing with the whatever hound, eel hound, and I can't see that.
Well, would Orion have heard Merdude saying words?
It was under the water, so he would have heard.
Okay.
Yeah,
fair.
he can't really see what's there and just kind of aware that there's something, I guess. How does the kelp look?
The kelp looks like kelp.
Does it look
Waving.
like it's very attacky?
It looks like it's straining and reaching for the people in the water.
Okay, I'm gonna put. Do I wanna. Oh yeah, I guess I wanna. I'm gonna put a hex on it.
Hex the plants.
You're gonna hex the kelp. Okay.
Yeah.
The kelp is hexed.
And wait, do I need to wait. This is much more complicated with these kind of spells.
An extra d6 of necrotic damage
Oh no,
on
I
hit.
need to
and-
need it's an attack. Okay, it doesn't. Does that mean that it has to be an attack roll? So spells with saves don't count as an attack?
No, you can add it to spells with saves.
Okay. And I'm going to do that is oh my god, these are so hard.
Not as hard as holding on to a trident, apparently.
It's awfully heavy.
Is it within 15 feet of me?
The kelp?
Yes.
Yes, it's actually I put that box right there just so you can see what it looks like, but the kelp's actually covering the entirety of this room right here, from all the way over on this end, all the way down to where Xandercarp is.
Okay, I'm gonna do a spell thing.
Can I just say,
Sorry.
I'm really glad you guys came in this direction because I needed to see Kathy's reaction to Xandercarp again.
I'm gonna send a firebolt to it.
Alright,
Does
you're
that work underwater?
You can
We'll
block
see.
it.
not
It's like
I mean,
boiling
it's
greens.
magical, so.
it is magical. You can try.
I would say you boil the water like you're boiling spinach or something.
Yeah, that seems a bit more accurate.
Yeah, then not.
Hopefully
Wait.
it's not
I don't even
Chadonius'
have it
type of kelp.
properly. What the fuck did this? What is wrong? Oh. Oh god. Okay, never mind. Yeah, no, not firebolt, because it's lying to me because I auto-edited it from the compendium and it's wrong. Oh fuck it, Toll the Dead, even though it's at full health. Never mind.
Well, I'm pretty sure kelp can't make a very good wisdom saving throw, but we're gonna give it a shot, boy, are we ever. It's actually pretty decent. It's actually pretty decent.
Pretty smart kelp.
Yeah, with a -4 to get a 10, that's really good.
Yeah.
So you see some kelp shrivel in a few areas.
And I'm gonna give it a disadvantage on strength checks.
And strength checks. Okay.
Does it count as save too?
Um,
Oh, that's check or save. Wait.
an ability check of choice. Not saving throw.
Check. Yeah, check.
Yeah, check, not saving throw. But I don't think it rolls saving throws anyway. It rolls checks for strength to try to grapple things.
Okay, so strength checks.
Alrighty. Anything else for your turn, Orion?
Nope, that's it. That's everything I can do.
Alright,
One turn.
Lanston, you're up.
Okay, I just realized I haven't switched over to Bluetooth.
Why is it not? How about now? You hear me
Hello.
good? Okay, cool. So looking at the map, um, does it seem like I can do anything with, like, am I aware this kelp is problematic?
Um, yes, all of that area is where kelp is problematic. Kelp is problematic in the entire room there. I just only could put it in one box, or else I'd overshadow the rest of the map.
Um,
It's problematic all the way from the tippity top of that room all the way to the bibbity bottom. So from
You can
here
zoom
all
out
the
to
way down
see
to here.
everything again.
yeah, okay, and then what's going on with this, eel hound?
Currently nothing.
Nothing?
Currently
It's
nothing.
fine. It's,
Um,
it's
It was
dealt with.
it
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 looks slightly confused.
it looks very confused.
The shark has let go of it, but it's still where it is and looking confused.
Because it can't actually move since it's not its turn yet.
okay, but it looks like it's more like
It's not trying to
dazed.
maul my face.
It looks confused about this entire situation. Like, why is there a shark? Why is there a mermaid? Where the fuck am I?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Oh, sweetie. You're so cute. Why are the enemies cute?
That's kind of how I
Um,
feel all the time, Mr. Eel, Shark, Eel,
and
Hound.
this carp thing,
There's a giant.
I
There's a giant merbeast down here. It's huge. It is got distended piranha-like jowls. There's bits of humanoid flesh and scale mingled throughout its body. It is very unpleasant to see.
And it said dinner time or something like that, and
It
then
did.
dropped its trident.
It said that underwater, though, so I think the only people who could hear that were Kyrena and the reef shark, because I very much doubt Lanston speaks Aquan.
don't think he does.
I don't usually.
You're a shark right
Didn't
now,
even
though.
know that's a language.
Where is that in roll 20 again?
I think it was Aquan that he spoke anyway. Yeah, it was Aquan.
No, I don't know it.
Yeah. Well, Kyrena knows it. Kyrena understood
Yeah.
every word he said.
Yep.
And currently, Allah knows it because Allah is currently a shark.
Yeah, so he'll probably, seeing that as like the main threat now. Am I able to move freely through this kelp?
Currently, you are, because it's not the kelp's turn yet, and you passed your last saving throw.
Okay. Sorry for all the questions I missed a lot because I was clocking out of work. Sorry. Okay, cool. Then yeah, that would not be a smart idea. Oh, did I see him take more than one attack? Because
Are you
sea
talking-
monster just
Are you talking about the eel or the merbeast?
the sea monster.
They're both sea monsters. Which one?
The
Fishman or confused
fishman.
dog?
Fishman.
Fishman has not taken any attacks.
Just dropped his spear without doing anything, without anybody doing
All
Oh,
you
anything.
yeah,
saw
that's
him
right.
do was emerge from the kelp, brandish a trident at the shark, and promptly drop it.
Okay. I'll probably swim up to him.
It almost
like-
looks like he tried to play fetch with the shark.
If
Failed
I were
there.
to try to get there, like swimming under or over whoever, would I be able to?
Yes.
Okay. And then, let's see.
And yes, Moonflower, Aquan is different than Primordial.
Hey, I have a question. I'm gonna DM you.
Okay.
Very bad idea.
And yes,
wait, no.
that is exactly the eelhound size.
Oh, actually, you know what? No, I am so sorry. What I'm going to do is I'm not gonna move. Sorry about that.
Okay.
He's gonna stay over here, and he's just gonna throw a chill touch at him. So he's gonna lift up his arm, and you see like his hand, like it looks like his hand just completely pops off and goes straight towards the seal monster that dropped his trident, and cast chill touch as the hand goes to grab with a or touch him with a 19 to hit.
Alrighty. You said 19 to hit,
Yes.
and that does manage to hit. What's the damage?
Damage is going to be 8. 8 necrotic.
You see him look kind of winces at the smack and kind of growls a bit, the vibrations of it echoing out through the water.
Okay. Hit target takes that. Can't. And it can't regain hit points until the start of its next turn. Until then, the hand clings to the target.
Okie dokie. Getting a little bit handsy there.
And then do I want to do anything for my bonus action?
I'm confused.
I'm going to blood curse this thing of bloated agony.
Okay.
And so as a bonus action, you curse a creature that I can see within 30 feet of me until the end of my next turn. For the duration, the creature has disadvantage on strength and dex checks and takes 1d8 necrotic damage if it makes more than one attack on its turn. Let me make sure if there's a saving throw there. I think it's just until because it mentions a saving throw if I amplify it, but I'm not amplifying it. So I think I just give it disadvantage on dex and strength till my next turn. So I make it bloated.
Yeah, and it's until the end of your next turn.
Yes.
Okay. Because if you don't amplify it, it's only till the end of your next turn. If you do amplify it, it's for a minute, and he has to make a saving throw if he wants to get rid of it.
Yep.
Okay. I loaded that one into your sheet. Anyway. Alright, so he currently has Curse of Bloated Agony. And next up is the Eel Hound. Karina, can you go ahead and roll Persuasion for me on what you said to him?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I had another question.
Okie doke, I should look.
Sorry.
Nope, only the Warlock levels.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Yeah, multi-classing is weird.
That's when I can deal with it.
Yeah, with a 14, the Eel Hound has no problems whatsoever turning tail from this because he doesn't know what's going on or where he is or what's happening, and there's crossbow bolts in him.
Okay.
There's a shark. It had him in his mouth. He doesn't know why the shark let him go, but he's certainly happy that happened. And this nice mermaid lady is telling him to run, and he's definitely gonna listen to that, and he's gonna go this way. And Orion, you see him pass you, and you can make an attack of opportunity if you want to, but he doesn't seem to be attacking anybody. I'm assuming that's a no to the attack of opportunity. And he's gonna keep going. Let's see, that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. How much is your speed? Yeah, that's it, 40. And he's gonna dash 55, 60, 65, 70. He's gonna dash that way because he doesn't know what's going on, but he does know he wants to get the heck out of Dodge. Now it's the Merbeast's turn.
No, the kelp.
Oh yes, that is correct. It is the Kelp's turn.
Kelp fight.
So Lanston, Reef
Was
Shark,
concentrating
and
so hard.
Kyrina, go ahead and make another strength check. I mean, sorry,
Strength or dex?
dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Well,
It would be a strength check for you to break free. It would be it's a dexterity saving throw to avoid it.
And
As I
Vanderpump
will-
doesn't have to do it? That's ridiculous.
So who? Oh no,
21.
he doesn't. He doesn't have to do that. Xandercarp is immune to the kelp, for he lives within the kelp. Kyrina's good. And what was that, Lanston? What did you get?
21.
Okie doke. So Lanston and Kyrina shake off the kelp, but Reef Shark, you're still a little bit surprised by the sudden emergence of this creature, and also you're trying to get that eel slime out of your mouth, and you don't notice right away as kelp wraps around you and begins dragging you downwards. Fortunately, since you can breathe underwater, this isn't quite as bad as it could be.
it's just annoying.
Yeah, and it can only pull you 1 foot downwards every round, so. Xandercarp is, however, going to swim to the bottom, grab his trident again, and then swim forward to make 2 attacks against the reef shark. And yes, you can roll damage that he's going to take for making more than 1 attack, Lanston.
Cool. That was a D8, correct?
I believe so. Let me double check.
Believe so.
Blooded. No, yep, 1d8 necrotic damage.
5.
Okay. He's like, "How dare you cost me my servant!" He's gonna take 1 claw attack. That's a 20 to hit. For the reef shark, you're gonna take 9 damage from that.
I sure am. Also, can I talk to him because he's talking to me?
Yeah, you sure can.
Reef Shark is gonna say, sucks to suck.
And he has advantage on you because you're being grappled by seaweed. So that's a 17
He
to
sure
hit.
does. Yup, it hits.
That's gonna be 11 piercing damage. And well, it's a regular trident right now and not a magic one, so none of that psychic damage. So it's a grand total of 20 damage. You got 2 hit
owie.
points left as a shark.
I sure do. Cool.
And that's the end of his turn. Moonflower, you're up.
Pebble's just like, I'm very confused. The eel was attacking, and then the eel ran away.
Just remember, the shark is our friend.
Shark is
Try
friend,
not
not
to
food.
Accidentally.
And can Pebble kind of like peer around the corner, and can he see Xandercarp?
Yes. Xandercarp is quite large. He can definitely see Xandercarp.
Okay, since Pebble had hidden behind the corner, can Pebble get sneak damage?
Unfortunately not, because the merbeast is actually immune to surprise and sneak attacks.
Oh, that's sad.
It has something called Always Alert. A merbeast's well-placed eyes and keen senses render it immune to surprise.
But sneak attack doesn't have to be surprise. He has...
Sneak attack only works if you don't know that they're there, which is a surprise. He knows you're
Sneak.
there.
Or-
You can't surprise him.
Isn't sneak attack every time you have advantage and we get advantage because there's an ally next to it?
So because
I mean, the rogue would get the...
so the way sneak attack works is having allies is supposed to distract the enemy from being able to notice you. So you would be surprising them.
okay.
Unfortunately, since this guy is immune to that, he's basically got crocodile eyes. He can see everywhere right now. So
See.
there are not many creatures that have
Does
that
he?
ability. I think you might still hit anyway, though. Let me check his DC. You still hit. You just managed to hit him.
Ooh.
Again.
He's starting to look a little bit bloodied. Ooze of some kind of odd greenish fluid kind of floating into the water. Kyrina, you're up.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so you're going to try to swim up and stab him with your dagger, and then stab him with your rapier. The dagger misses, but the rapier hits, so go ahead and roll damage for the rapier.
Okay, I don't know how.
You click the part that says offhand rapier right underneath what
Oh,
you
right.
rolled there. Yeah. So you do 2 piercing damage with your rapier.
Okay. Let me see. I think that's all I can do.
Yeah, because the using both weapons was an action and a bonus action.
Yeah. Okay.
Alrighty. So that's the end of your turn as you stab at him and manage to stick him in one of his fins, and he snarls at you, turning his eyes in your direction. Reef Shark, you're up!
I sure am. Now, wild shape changing. That's an action to change shapes, yes?
It's a bonus action to assume a wild shape.
Can I change my wild shape?
If you want to, you sure can.
Can I still make an action after I wild shape into a different shape?
Yes, because changing into a wild shape is a bonus action to do.
Cool. Well, the situation has changed a little bit, so, let's see. Where is it? Where
You can be an attack ostrich.
No.
I think that'll sink.
There's a bone crab.
Oh, those are cool looking. I like bone crabs.
Bone crabs are cool, but I think I'm gonna go for a giant crab.
Ooh.
Let's keep that.
I've got just the token for that.
No, you do.
Does it have a monocle?
I'm gonna
It might.
I'm gonna change to a giant crab and try to grab the friggin' trident so he can't stab me anymore. In other words, grapple.
I think I have
And
it
grappled.
in the library section.
Apple.
Creatures.
I'm gonna turn into a crab and then grapple.
Avian.
This is
aquatic
This
beings.
is my whole shtick. Although he's probably stronger than me, so I don't know how well this is gonna work out.
No, because he gets
Only one
disadvantage on
way
strength.
to find out.
Oh,
Oh, that was
gosh.
the kelp.
No, because the blood curse disadvantage on strength and dex
Oh.
until Lance's next turn.
Yep.
Oh.
And I just realized I can only do that once per day. I should have amplified it. Oh well, too late.
Too bad. So sad.
Once a day or once per long rest, we can rest.
I
That's a
believe
good
it's per short
idea.
rest, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, especially.
Yes. So once
But
per
it's not
short.
once a day. Just need a nap.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, 1 second. Giant crab. Giant crab. Giant crab. Giant crab.
Oh, the last of my Thin Mints. Goodbye.
Thin Mint, no!
I'm broke. I can't afford anymore.
I haven't. Girl
people who are
Scout
not
cookies,
broke
yeah.
can also not afford Thin Mints. Thin Mints are fucking expensive as hell.
Mm-hmm.
We don't
I'm
even have
more
any
of a-
Girl Scout cookies.
I'm more of the Samoa person.
My dad got me hooked on Thin Mints. He gave me one when I was a kid, and I kept stealing them from him. He got so pissed off. That was it.
Capitalism.
We used to
Teaching
play
young
computer
South
desk, and I woke
American
up while he was
boys.
playing Tomb Raider or fucking Pogo Poker, whatever. And you just hear this rustling, and he was like, "Get away from my Thin Mints!" I was like, "But Dad."
But Dad! Alright, you should have control over the crab now.
Okay, well, while the crab is being held by the kelp, the crab's gonna try to hold on to this dude, specifically by the trident, to try and make him not stabby.
Alright, that's going to be a contested strength check. I need to add a turn for you. You were a 12, right? Or an 11?
I
or
think I
something.
was 11.
There you go. Crap. Alright, I don't think he's gonna pass this one. He has disadvantage on strength, right?
Yes. And Dex.
I clicked. Why do you not appear? There we go. That's a 12. He fails. He currently has his trident grasped by your claws, so he cannot make attacks with that right now.
Lost somebody.
And, as a free action, Crab is gonna try to tell him, look, I don't know what your problem is, but if you let us go, we'll let you go. Fair?
And what happens is you proceed to blow a bunch of bubbles with your mandibles because that's how crabs talk.
Yes, it is.
Blah, 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 blah.
Because despite me giving you Dandy Claws tokens, you are not an awakened crab. Like Dandy Claws is.
I'm still imagining Krabby from Pokemon.
But I am still speaking Aquan, right?
Well, not Aquan. You can understand Aquan, but you can't speak
okay.
it. He understands you though, because he much like Karina can understand things that swim.
Yeah, there we go.
The way you
Everybody
step
else,
side
it looks like I'm insulting him by blowing bubbles at him.
Yes.
Adorable.
No.
Understood. No.
Your bones will be added to those who have died here. And, by the way, the
Mr.
kelp
Cranky
did release you. Since you shifted shapes, it wasn't able to hold on to you, just because of that. So, as it did so, you noticed that there are a lot of bones within the kelp. A lot of
Not
bones.
so long.
There sure are.
Uh-huh.
Does it feel like Cassie's bones are in there mixed in somewhere? Or I
You
just
would be
further-
able to tell right now.
And I'm gonna end my turn on the note of, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna have to hold you while they beat the crap out of you.
Orion, you're up.
Okay, do I see the creepy sea beast dude now?
Yeah, no, you see him. You've been able to see him ever since he emerged from the kelp.
He hasn't been exactly
Okay.
hiding. He's been monologuing.
He
Yeah,
has.
but
You
he's
can't
the-
hear him, but you can see him.
Oh.
Well, you can hear him, you just can't understand him. It sounds like because it's underwater.
Okay, So about that, does water conduct lightning thing?
I mean, there's only one way to find out, isn't there?
I have
There's a
this
reason I
thing
didn't do
called
a thing.
witch bolt.
Also, please note you are in water.
And there's only one
Oh,
way
yeah.
to find out, guys.
Uh,
I'm sure it won't be that bad. Right?
Remember that flying broom? It would come really handy just about now.
Sure would. Too bad your cane isn't a flying cane.
No, that's a whole other thing. Hey, this grappling thing seems to be working. I don't know. It's like, I have the kelp hexed, but also there's this creepy dude doing its thing.
Not very well. He came out, dropped the trident, then Crab took the
Yeah, it's
trident.
like he seems to be being dealt with.
Completely
I'm
lost
not
his
sure
minion.
I need to. Not sure I need to like do anything about that.
Xandercuff's having a very bad.
So,
Xandercarp has never had a good day in Xandercarp's life.
I have this thing. I call it with this one, right? Yes. I'm gonna, seeing how the kelp is getting handsy with my friends, I'm gonna get handsy back.
Okay.
And it has disadvantage, supposedly, on strength.
It sure
Dex
does.
saves?
Yeah.
My hand is still grasping him technically.
I mean, I rolled like really badly, but
Well,
still.
even with disadvantage, the kelp does make that. Does it still take the damage?
I don't think so.
No. Okay, cool. So you try to arm wrestle the kelp, basically, and you lose.
And fail.
To kelp. You just see Orion extend his arm imperiously, and these rippling black tendrils just peel off of his skin and extend into the water as he stands there with a very bored look on his face. And then his brow
There's a
furrows,
scuffle.
and his lip curls, and he's like, God damn it.
Okay, wait, this is an action. Oh my god, I should have plugged it into D&D Beyond. I don't know my bonus actions.
You can probably.
That's an action. That's an action. I do have a bonus action thing too, I think.
Are you able to move Hex as a bonus action?
You can
No.
move Hex as a
Just that's
bonus
what you
action,
want us to
yes.
do.
Oh, I thought it had to be after
Isn't
the
that
thing.
only if the thing died?
That is
That's what I
correct,
thought.
yes.
Okay,
So-
never mind.
Yeah, not all of the kelp is dead. If you've just put a hex on all of the kelp in the room, not all of it's dead. You did kill some strands.
Yeah. No, that's an. Oh, come on. Don't I have a bonus section other than the hex shimmy?
I don't know.
Sorry.
I don't know what spells you took. Some spells are
Oh,
bonus actions.
I have reactions.
Ah, you took reactionary spells instead of bonus actiony spells. Granted, there aren't a lot.
I don't
but
really
still.
have a lot, yeah.
Shield
No,
and
I don't
absorb
have
up.
anything.
spells.
Okay. That's it for me, I guess.
Okay, Ryan. Up next is Lanston. Yay, Lanston. What you doing, buddy?
So Lanston's getting really annoyed with this kelp trying to grab onto him, so he's actually going to swim up to next to Orion. If I go in between Orion and Pebble, would that be hindering any of them?
You would be hindering Pebble, but Pebble's very small, so they could step into your space to get a shot off and then step back out again without incurring any penalties because they are quite small.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna swim out of this kelp. This is not beneficial for me.
You swim out of the kelp.
And with the damage this thing has taken already, how does it look like it's still pretty hardy right now?
It looks like it's still decently strong at the moment. It doesn't look like it's about to fall down anytime soon, but it has definitely taken some marks. There is blood in
then
the
I'm
water.
gonna move over there and I'm gonna cast Hex on him. I forget how that works.
Alrighty, let me take a look. I think I loaded that one into your thing. Spells. Yeah,
1d6 necrotic damage after charisma save?
yeah. Until the spell ends, you deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage to the target whenever you hit it with an attack. Also, choose one ability. The target has disadvantage on the ability check with the chosen ability. And if the target drops to 0 hit points before the spell ends, you can use a bonus action on a subsequent turn of yours to curse a new creature.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I forgot that I muted myself and was talking to this guy.
Oh dear.
Oh.
So
Okay, and then
so you
go ahead.
hex him as a bonus action.
I'm gonna choose strength.
Okay.
So disadvantage on strength checks.
Okay.
And then I'm going to cast Eldritch Blast because I forget at my level I get 2 rays of that.
You sure do.
So, boom. That's probably a big old miss with a 9.
Sure is.
And boom. Oh, I wish I had improved critical. But that's a 25.
25. Okie dokie. That definitely hits.
That's going to be a D10, 7 plus. So 7 force and 4 necrotic.
Alrighty, the force of the Eldritch Blast smashes into him, giving him a black eye and causing it to swell and bug out even more. He looks like a very disturbing goldfish at this point. You know those bubble goldfish that have like the eyes are like outside of their bodies? Yeah.
That looks like they're gonna pop.
That's exactly what's going on here right now. So that was movement, action, and bonus action. That it for you, Lanston? Anything you want to yell at him?
Not particularly. I haven't been able to understand him, right?
That is correct.
Because he's speaking Aquan.
He is speaking Aquan. Also, even if he wasn't, he was talking underwater, and you can't really hear things underwater. Because despite you don't really speak underwater talks. Even if he had been speaking a language you could normally understand. Alright, next is the Eelhound's turn, and he's gonna keep a running. Let's see where he's running to, though. Is that a safe area? I don't know if that's a safe area. Okay, yeah, it's a safe area. It's that other area that's a bad area. He's gonna go there, yeah.
Ready.
Alrighty, and Eelhound is now off the board. Stranglekelp's turn again. Its name is actually Tanglekelp, but I'm calling it Stranglekelp because I like that. So everybody's still in the water, needs to make a dexterity saving throw. That would be Kyrina and the giant crab.
Okay.
Hey, Allah, could you throw out a dexterity saving throw for the giant crab?
Nice.
Oh, dang. That crab has really good tap dancing feet. We should have known because of the cane and the monocle and the hat. Bye. Alright, so both Kyrina and the giant crab being aquatic creatures and well-versed in the acts of Tanglekelp, quickly move out of its lazy grasp. And now it's the merbeast's turn again, and he's going to let go of the trident, since it's currently useless to him anyway, and make 2 attacks. The first claw attack is going to Kyrina. That's a 9, that does not hit. Second claw attack is going to the crab. That's a 9 too. God damn it. He's just like swiping at you, like
Mhm,
You're just
mhm.
missing the entire
I'm not
time.
winning.
Hold still. And that'll be Moonflower's turn.
He gonna come up and he gonna try shoot. And then back up.
Alright, that does hit. That's an 8 damage. He's looking not so great now. He's looking kind of hurt, kind of not cool. Kyrina, you're up.
Hurt physically and emotionally.
Both, yes. He looks very hurt physically and emotionally, but he's very prideful. He doesn't quit. Alrighty, the first one does not hit, but the second one does. 2 more piercing damage. You're very consistent.
Yeah, yeah. It's always my offhand too.
I know, which
Maybe you
is
should
hilarious.
switch. Maybe you're
She did switch. She did switch. The first time she attacked with her regular dagger and then her offhanded rapier, and this time she attacked it with regular rapier, offhanded dagger.
It's always my offhand.
It's always the offhand. It's hitting.
I'm secretly a left-handed mermaid.
And you just don't know it or refuse to admit it.
I agree.
Alrighty. And that'll be it then. Crab, you're up.
Yep.
You're currently in possession of a trident.
Oh, is it magic again?
Actually, let me see. I forgot to roll the d8 to see how many rounds.
Well, is it that it's Xandercarp's magical items, but now that it is Giant Crab's magical item.
No, Giant Crab is not attuned to it yet, so it's not currently Giant Crab's magical item yet. But yeah, no, it's a normal
Give it
trident.
time. Give it time.
It's a normal trident for another 3 rounds at least.
Okay. Is he currently still holding on to it?
Nope, he let it go. You are in possession of a trident.
Cool. I'm gonna try to throw the trident over here.
Alright, you do that. You throw it over
You're trying
there.
to give the kelp weapons?
The kelp slowly picks up the trident as it glows menacingly. The kelp was the true boss all along.
Gotta try to specifically throw it up onto the ledge. You guys better watch out. It's your responsibility to get hurt. It's fine.
Go ahead and roll an attack with the trident, thrown trident.
You
have to.
slash roll 1d20. Let's see.
DC 17 to hit the wall instead of a person.
God
That's
damn
gonna
it.
That's gonna be plus your strength, plus crab strength.
Oh, okay. 1d20 plus
15 maximum.
God damn it!
So it was 12. Orion, what's your AC?
16.
Is what?
16.
And Lanston's, I know yours is like 14 or something. So yeah, the trident does not hit anybody. It clatters to the ground right there on the ledge. You're okay.
It like sticks into the ground right between my feet and Langston's. Like way too close to both of us.
And
like...
the handle is boinging back and forth like bing.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I'm gonna make a claw attack against this dude.
Okie dokie. I'll allow that because technically throwing the trident would have been an action, but we'll say it's a bonus action since you weren't actually attacking somebody.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So I don't have claw attacks. Would that again be a 1d20 plus 2?
Oh, you should have it. It should be in the giant crab thingy.
Oh, I do!
I gave you
Oh.
giant crab. You should have claw attack.
I see claw character sheet. Oh! Well.
No.
Yeah.
But at least you got rid of the trident. Now he can't use that.
I sure did, and I'm gonna clackety clack my claws at him menacingly and say, "Alright, last chance. Turn back now, or, grr."
I will suck the marrow from your shell.
Okay, I see how it is.
With melted butter.
Oh, hell no.
If
Oh,
only
no,
Lance
he
could hear-
didn't.
You
If
just,
only
the
Lance
rest of
could
you
hear it
just,
like
just
that.
hear this angry clacking.
I'm imagining one claw on his proverbial crab hip and the other one just waving in the air in front of him, like, no, you didn't.
Yeah, and the entire time you guys just hear.
And only Kyrina is understanding this.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna end my turn.
Alright, Ryan, you're up.
I'm gonna told the death on
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
the smog blubbing. AKA the beast thingy.
That's a wisdom saving throw?
Mhm.
No. No. No.
7!
No.
Actually, wait a second. Oh, it's 7.
Alrighty, -7.
Uh,
Okay, and then you had...
higher levels. Oh, okay, yeah, it's 7.
You didn't hex this guy, you had the kelp hex, that's right.
Yep.
Alright, yeah, he looks very not good right now.
Yay! That's it for me.
Alrighty.
Can't really do
Lanston, you're up.
anything else.
All right.
It's a bonus action. Can I pick up the trident?
Yep, you pick up the trident as a bonus action. You now have a trident.
Oh. Okay, I'll look at that later. So he's going to just with his gun, shoot twice with those Eldritch blasts.
Pacow, pacow.
Yep. Oh, and I can actually use my dice because I'm home right now.
Yay!
I haven't used these dice in a minute. That is a nat 20!
Oh, go ahead and roll damage.
So is that gonna be 2d10 plus 2d6? Because of hex?
So you don't double the hex damage. You just double the
Okay.
you just double the Eldritch Blast damage. You can either roll 2d10 or you can roll 1d10 and double it, whichever you want to do.
2d10 because more dice.
More dice.
Oh, okay. 16 total.
Ooh, you rolled. Okay, 16 total.
10, 4, 6 necrotic.
Alrighty. So as
And
this
then-
Eldritch Blast strikes the merbeast, it flings him back against the wall with a loud crack as you see several smaller rocks and stalactites fall into the water around him as he slowly sinks towards the bottom of the pool, the membrane in his eyes glazing over to milky white. And a lot of you watch as the tangle kelp gently wraps around his body and starts to pull it beneath it. And he's gone now. And you are out of combat.
Does the kelp still seem to be bothering Kyrina and Crab Boy?
It seems like the kelp is leaning towards the captured prize now and ignoring people in this area for the moment.
Okay, cool. He only had to
Cool.
shoot once.
The giant crab is gonna. Oh, there's a shark there. The giant crab is gonna go over here. Doesn't say anything, but seems to be offering a platform to carry them across. Kind of like taps the top. of its,
Kingler learned surf.
Yeah.
onto it and just leans on his walking stick and waits for the platform to get to the other side.
Orion just
That's what
looks
it
like a
sounds like.
very vampiric Poseidon as he stands with walking stick in one hand and trident in the other.
A claw, the tiny claw is waved like, "Come on, hurry up!"
Mm-hmm.
Chop chop, darlings, we don't have all day.
Lanston will step on top of the crab, like carefully, like this is weird.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to make stack checks, by the way. She's not used to carrying people. As a crab.
Yeah.
She's trying to be courteous, but at the same time,
10?
Splash.
just gonna.
Yep, splash for me too.
What about Moonflower?
Well, I rolled a 10, so I assume. Oh yeah,
Just
I rolled the
straight
same
up
as
deck?
Orion.
Straight up dex.
Me and Orion rolled 10.
Ryan.
Okay.
crab-
crab-
Pebble pushes Orion
It's
and
good.
Lanston
The one who
off.
can't swim at least gets the ride.
Everybody
crab-
goes surfing.
The crab moves, they fall in the water. The crab uses pincers to like carry them like little grocery bags.
Alrighty. Everybody go ahead and just roll a perception check as you get off the crab in this particular area.
Perception.
14.
Crabception. I don't see shit.
Crabception. Crab people,
18 for Lanston and BRB.
Okie dokie. So,
I can still hear.
oh good. So as you step into this area, it too is filled with kelp, albeit this kelp is sort of half dried out and hanging in crisscrossing strands around the room, forming a sort of almost web-like interior. There's pieces of dried kelp, little ropes of pearls hanging here and there. You see a couple of stashed bones in different areas. A lot of it is rotting, and some buzzing flies curl here and there. The aura of this particular room is kind of suffocating in nature, full of rot and brine, and highly unpleasant. Near the north end of the chamber, around several piles of kelp and seaweed and rotting aquatic vegetation, you see what looks like a half-crumpled statue of a woman with upraised palms, her face cracked down one side. She's wearing a robe that is covered with barnacles and algae and small bits of flotsam and jetsam. And she's holding what looks like an iron scepter, rusted with the ages, in one hand. And,
Can I? Oh, sorry.
and as you, Karina, are looking about, you catch a flicker of movement behind the statue with that 26 perception.
I'd be cautious of that statue.
No kidding.
Little Moonflower prepares his bow.
Can Orion tell whether Cassie's remains are in this chamber? With the
You
amulet?
you go ahead and make an Arcana check with your with your necklace.
15?
With a 15, you know that you are definitely closer to her remains, although it is pulling in a more northwesternly direction, not towards the statue, but over.
Ryan straight up turns around and goes the other way. It's like, it's not here. It's like, nope, nope, nope. Nope.
Yeah, Allah's not stupid. Allah's gonna follow him. If he's not doesn't find what he's looking for here, she's leaving. All aboard the crab boat. Another dex check to see if she's all in the water again.
Hey,
We should do another dex check.
hey, Lanston,
Yes.
can you do me a favor? Can
Dun, dun,
you
dun.
please? Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There you are. Do. Can you please roll a wisdom saving throw?
Bad memories.
Sorry if you hear water in the background.
I do.
I mean, it's fitting for the setting.
Why does the reef shark keep appearing? I
Nope.
keep deleting it and it keeps appearing.
It was
Probably for the same reason that I keep teleporting.
a 14.
Teleporting.
14.
At least I'm safe. Oh.
So, Lanston, as you turn to leave the room, you kind of get an overwhelming feeling of being 1,000 feet deep in water, and it's all around you. And as the Crab Express comes back to collect you for your journey across, Allah, you notice that Lanston is clutching and clawing at his throat as salt water burbles out of his mouth for a moment before he coughs it out and shakes himself free of the weird reverie.
Yeah, come on,
Okay.
Nicole. Keep up the pace.
That happened. Allah is starting to think that he was telling the truth about the dragon, and maybe he's the one who's summoning shit. Gonna give a cautious claw wave. No, actually, you know what? Gonna cautiously pick him up and put him on her back.
Hey,
Or try.
1 second. So, if you could... Oh wait, no, you don't even have to do anything.
Uh-oh.
Hey Lanston, how many hit points have you got left?
49. I didn't take any hits today.
Good.
It's the exact most dangerous tone
And
of
the
voice
crab
from a DM.
had how many hit points left? I think all of its hit
Don't-
points, which is 13, yes?
Ives is muted.
Uh-oh. Sives,
Chewing
does the crab
ice.
have 13 hit points?
I'm chewing ice and trying to find that out. I am not fast. I'm sorry.
Chewing ass?
Ice.
Ice,
I-
okay.
Ice.
No
I
dick.
have 13 hit points.
Excellent. You're asleep now.
Cool. Does the crab just kind of like?
Yep.
Do I change back because I'm asleep?
Actually,
Concentration.
you're
right?
a elf, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I am.
So you feel a wave of you feel a wave of tiredness overcome you, and then you just shake it off.
Yeah.
Shake it off.
So there's a
Don't like
giant
that.
crab carrying a very asleep Langston.
No,
in its
he's
mouth.
fine too. He's got 49 hit points. It doesn't affect him.
Aw.
The crab's gonna pick up Lanston and leave,
Mm-hmm.
but looks very drowsy.
I am AFK, so that's why I'm not moving my token right now.
Okay.
But he
Orion
is
kind of went
eyeing
ahead.
that scepter. He was eyeing that scepter like curiously. I don't know if he, and I'm guessing he didn't notice anything behind the statue.
He didn't. Kyrina saw movement and warned them about something being behind the statue.
From where I like is the
And then-
scepter is like a rod. I'm sorry if that's like a dumb question.
Yeah, it's like a rod, like a scepter, like a king would have. The crab is trying to bodily pick you up and remove you from the room, though. Do you let it?
Might as well. It's just iron, so it's not that ornate, right?
No, and it's very rusty.
Okay, yeah. Oh, never mind. I thought you were saying it was more like ornate.
Well, it might have been at one time. Right now, it's very rusty.
Okay. Then yeah, he continues. He actually doesn't get on the crab, but he keeps swimming, like keeping pace.
Okie dokie.
He doesn't want to fall off again.
Yeah. Kind of like how an adult will like drag their child through the water trying to teach him to swim. That's you, crab. Also, the crab is gonna have to shapeshift here to change back to get through here because I think I'm a little big. Now, unlike our dear DM who's trying to fit a shark who took up 3 squares through here, I have to change back.
Didn't you just turn sideways?
Yeah, I turned sideways and cartwheeled my way through.
Crabs are a little bit different. Sharks are like long and lithe. Crabs are not. Not sure if you're aware of that, but crabs.
They are kind of flat, so he could
I molt first.
soft and squishy. Soft and squishy.
Okay, so here's what happens. The crab turns sideways and crawls along the wall.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And that's how you make it out.
Okay, cool. I'll take it. Thank you for your graciousness.
Meanwhile, Orion kind of went ahead for a second to check out this leg of the thingy because of the orientation. He has a feeling that it might exit to the beach.
And it does.
Exits, sees it, and then turns the other way. It's like
You do,
"Yeah, that's an
however,
exit."
notice while you're over there that the tide appears to be growing closer to the caves.
That does not bother him at all. Yeah, and before the others catch up, like, it's going this way. There was another prominent path going south, and he wants to check that out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's shimmy time. I'm pretty sure this one does not fit.
Yeah, no, that one you're gonna have to change back for. That one, there's no way.
Oh, are you sure? Because a 3 shark got to fit through here.
No, they didn't. There was no shark that went through
No,
there.
this one was where the shark
It was down
fit
here.
through.
I'm sorry. It was a half square bit. My mistake.
Look, man, this is a pillar that goes all the way up to the ceiling right here. It's not the same width all around, okay?
Okay, sure. Alec changes back and starts grumpily wading through the water like this is some bullshit.
This is some bullshit.
Peek,
Alright,
peek.
calls behind her.
Roll
Keep up!
perception.
I'm not slowing down this time!
Karina, are you coming?
Yeah.
I roll perception, peeking around, checking for
Yeah, that's probably
there's
a
sea
good idea.
creatures in the water.
Yeah, go ahead and roll perception for me, and also let me reveal this area for you.
Nice.
See much better in people form.
Yeah, you can. You really can.
Ooh, 15. Oh yeah.
See how nice and curvier this room is? I actually got to work on this one.
Oh yeah, I remember. And you were talking about making the beginning of the map and the end.
Yep.
Okay. Is there anything exciting on this sand bank in the middle?
One moment, and let me grab that area. Alrighty. So, as you peer into this room, you notice right off, Allah, because of the squeaking and how recent it was, when you peer upwards, there are hundreds of bats in this room. It's a very high ceiling, There's a couple of shafts that look like they might lead upwards into the outside where hints of light are flickering through here and there to dot across the waters. It looks like it's a. Oh, there she went. It looks like it's a high underground cave, and there are hundreds of bats on the ceilings. Here, there, everywhere. And the water ranges in this area from what you can see just from standing there. Both Pebble and Allah, when they finish teleporting, are able to see that the water seems to range between 12 and 20 feet deep in a lot of places around this area. There is a small kind of sandy islands rising up and out of the water from several different areas. You can see what looks like a long length of chain secured in the center of that island and trailing off into the water somewhere on its south side.
From this vantage point, can I see this?
No,
Entrance.
actually, because it's apparently a secret door. They just didn't detail that when I was making the map, so I didn't cover it up.
Oops.
Sorry!
So technically we see a dead end, another dead
Yes,
end.
thank you for whoever did that.
Actually, I can do even better. Can we do even better? Oh. Somebody beat me to it.
It's okay. You should still try because I'm pretty sure I don't find anything.
I'm trying to figure out whether Orion would look for a secret door if he doesn't see an exit.
It does feel like, based on your last Arcana check, that from the position you're at now, what you're looking for feels like it is almost straight north.
Okay, then I guess I... Do I see anything in the water?
Currently, you see a few fish here and there. You also see, you don't see anything in the water, but you do see a large chain in the center of this island leading off to the south of it, which is currently blocked from your vision.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Let's try getting into the water and start checking out the North Wall.
Okay, sure. Real quick though, as I teleport again.
Is that investigation?
Yep, that'll be investigation to see if you can find the door. You will have to get into the water to do so, though.
Yeah,
I'm in the
Allah's
water.
Okay.
regarding the bats upstairs, Allah's gonna go ahead and try to make friends with one of them.
Alright,
And
so
stop teleporting.
you call out to the bats with animal friendship, and you see about 4 or 5 of them stir from where they were and flitter down towards you and kind of alight on little cracks and crevices in the wall around you, squeaking in your direction.
Okay, and if I can talk to them, maybe I can, maybe I can't, I don't know, but if I can talk to them, I'm gonna ask them, hey, is there anything weird here or anything we should know about?
It's at the end of the chain.
Catfish! 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 Catfish!
Catfish? Good catfish? Bad?
Big? Small?
Big catfish. As they say that,
Big catfish.
there's
okay.
an enormous splashing noise.
I got it. Hang on.
Also, like, I think we broke Kathy.
There's an enormous splash as a giant sea tiger flicks its tail, launching itself over the island, the chain that is wrapped around its neck and biting into it rather cruelly, trailing in its wake as it dives into the water on the other side of the island. And everybody needs to roll initiative.
Pick your
Alright.
character
Because of
first.
Also,
Oh,
Orion, with a
that's right.
19 investigation, as that splash hits, you jump and press a panel on the wall, and it slides open gratingly.
Slide to the left.
Slide to the right.
To the right.
Crisscross!
Or belch, apparently.
And I can't
Oh,
roll a
gosh.
decent initiative for the life of me.
Okay.
Okay.
That's half decent for me.
You get our backup as you get to back us up as soon as we get our asses kicked.
Oh, Kyrina, there we go.
Sometimes it's a good thing to go last because like
Oh, I
you
got a coffee
get
cups.
to see what happens to everybody else first. The shark's back.
Is it? Is the shark back? Why is the shark back?
The shark's back.
God damn it, shark! How many sharks are up there, by the way? How many?
I only see one. It just keeps coming back, and I keep teleporting back every time I open my spell book.
I don't know. I bet there's more sharks somewhere around here.
I kept shoving them into the dark because they kept reappearing. Okay. I don't know why this is happening.
Oh, dear God.
It's got to be some sort of setting on your side.
Sure. It's definitely my fault.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a teleport whenever you open a spell book and have sharks randomly appear setting. Definitely.
You forgot to click on your character token, Rob, but I'll fix it for you.
I could have sworn I did.
You did not. I fixed it. It's fine. Alright.
Because,
Oh, Lord.
okay.
I love
Okay.
you.
No, I know I did, though. Like, it had the whole thing around it.
Oh, well then it's being a jerk face. I don't know.
Obviously.
It's that setting that she did when Rob touches his token unselected.
The same setting that's making
Same setting.
a lot of teleport all over the damn place.
Yeah.
Fucking teleportation scrolls. I don't know. Kyrina, you're up first.
Yeah, I am going to. Let's see.
Is the chain taut at the moment?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm gonna
It was
do
taut
that.
at the big arc.
Wisdom
biggest
saving
star.
throw for Sea Tiger.
Ooh.
Oh, dang! Natural 20!
Whoa!
There you go.
It does take half
Half
the
damage.
damage, though. I believe you'll find Dissonant Whispers damage currently in your actions area if you just want to click on it.
Yes. One.
Hell yeah.
Alright, so half of 9 is going to be 4 damage for Mr. Sea Tiger.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't look like he liked that very much. And he lets out a roar, his gill mane puffing up a bit.
Mm-hmm. Can I do any cantrip?
Do you have anything that says it's a bonus action?
No, they're just all one action.
Yeah.
I think you had a couple that were bonus actions. Hold on, let me look at you. Alright, so you could. What you could do is you could Bardic Inspiration somebody.
Oh, true. Okay. Yeah, let's do that.
Who do you want to give Bardic Inspiration to?
I will give it to Moonflower.
Alright, and you're level 5, so it's going to be a D8 instead of a D6. So, Moonflower, you currently have a D8 of Bardic Inspiration.
Ooh, thank you.
Yes.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Yep.
And what do you say to inspire Moonflower?
I would say, little one, you are one of the strongest little little ones in there, and I know that you can protect us all.
And Pebble feels inspired.
Inspired to make up for your failings against the dragon.
Oh no.
No.
Everyone!
You will never be able to recover from that. However, you will be able to go forward from this point on.
Alrighty, so the sea tiger is going to go ahead and make its swimming leap. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, yes. And it's going to land right here with a giant splash. Lanston and Orion go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Dex save. That's a 5 total for a 1 natural.
Alrighty, you are slammed back against the wall and knocked prone.
Ouch. That's it though?
Yep, no damage. Orion?
It's pretty close.
Yep, make a dexterity save and throw.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, you're fine. You grab the wall as the waves threaten to push you into this secret room that you've opened up that's slowly sloping northward. And you just grab the wall and keep yourself from being swept away.
I like how I nat one.
Can I choose to just get kind of swept away? Like, I want to get into that room
if you want to
instead of
fail,
being here.
yeah, if you want to fail, you can. You get pushed back up here to the wall, and you are prone.
Does the dex save, like, passing the dex save mean, can I not get prone but kind of ride that wave?
Okay, yeah, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
You kind of put a hand out and grasp the wall so you don't fall down.
Hey.
Alright, and then the sea tiger is going to turn upon the prone Lanston and launch into its multi-attacks.
Sorry.
So that's going to be... First claw attack is a 16 to hit.
That hits.
It's 12 slashing damage.
Ooh.
Ouch.
Second claw attack is a 22 to hit.
That obviously hits.
10 slashing damage. And then it's going to open its jaws wide and lean in for its bite attack.
Shit.
It's a 13 hit.
No.
Okay, you just barely missed taking its jaws to your face.
How deep is the water here?
Currently, you are at about 12 feet depth.
Okay. I don't know how I'm prone in water, but okay.
Well, basically, you're floating.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Alrighty, and that's his frenzied attack. Moonflower, you're up!
Okay. I see that's not good. I'm going to hunter's mark the cat who he would normally want to be friends with, but it's attacking us. Now with let's see here.
Oh, do I have to? Sorry to interrupt. Should I make a concentration check since I have casted Hex in the past hour?
No, because the creature that you casted it on is dead.
Okay, well, before the damage, I was going to ask if I can transfer it to this one.
Oh, yeah, you can do that.
Okay, so...
But you have to do that
with
on your turn.
I know, but I mean because of the damage and it's a concentration spell, does that mean I have to make a check?
Haven't
Yeah.
transferred it yet. It should be fine.
Well, he
I
has
don't know what
cast
the
it though.
DC would be though.
That's a Constitution saving throw, I believe, which is usually a D10 plus half the damage. So that would be a DC. Let's see, 22, 12. DC 22. That doesn't sound right. Hold on, let me look that up. That doesn't sound right at all. That sounds way too hard.
I dropped my die.
Consult the scrolls.
I am.
Blah, 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 blah.
Well, let's see if I pass even 10.
Concentration.
There we go. How do you calculate it? The DC equals 10 or half the
10
damage you
or
take.
half the damage.
Whichever number is higher. So 12. It's a DC 12.
Okay, so I hit 12 on the first one. Is it per attack?
Yes, it is per attack.
So... Oh, well then, Oh, so it's per attack, so, the first attack was 10 damage, right?
Oh, yeah. So that'll be 10. 10 is going to be your DC for that one. Because
Okay,
it's 10
so...
or half, whichever is higher. So
Yeah,
it's going to
okay,
be
so
DC 10 for both attacks.
That was 10 for the... or 12 for the first one.
10 for the first. Oh, you rolled 12.
And 9 for the second one.
Okie dokie.
So I drop it.
Yeah. Oh, well. Maybe you'll get a short rest after this question mark. Alright.
Sorry to interrupt.
You're good. Alright, so you rolled a 16 with your short bow, Moonflower. Are you sneak attacking?
Yes.
Okie dokie. You sneaky sneak.
Sneaky sneak. And I also have the hunter's mark. And I also have the +8 because it's the first attack of the thing, or the D8.
So you didn't announce casting Hunter's Mark on him, but I will allow that.
I thought I did.
Yeah, he did. Yes, you did.
Oh, you must have interrupted so I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, I put it up. I put it
There we
up
go.
there.
Yeah.
I did the hunter's mark, and then I also get an extra attack because it's my first attack of the fight, so I get an extra attack. And then I also get a hunter's mark with that, which are great.
Okey-dokey.
They're doing great, these hunter's marks.
So that's 10
So, 8,
10,
9,
18,
7,
29.
minus 8 minus another 11. It yowls in pain.
And said, "Don't attack my friends!"
29
And then goes and hides
damage.
behind everybody.
God damn, I'm at 29 damage. I don't feel so bad now.
Alright, Allah. Oh, the bats you were talking to, by the way, all swarmed back to the ceiling in terror.
I mean, fair. I would too.
Cam!
Get ready for me to teleport again. I gotta look at my spells.
Yep, there you go.
This fucking game, I swear. Okay. Get ready for me to teleport again. I gotta look at the description of my spell.
I'll move you back. You just concentrate on your spells.
That wasn't even the right spell.
It's okay. I will move you. You just look at the spells.
Okay. I'm gonna. I'm gonna.
Instant transmission.
I'm
Oh, she survived this whole time. She just pops somewhere else whenever there's danger.
I'm gonna cast that.
There really should be like an action in there. Teleport. Don't know why.
It's like a branch of the wild magic table. It's just random teleportation.
I mean, it's temporary, but whatever.
Are these 5-foot squares or 10-foot squares?
They're
5.
5-foot squares.
So I've heard this one conversation talking about how with online D&D, all like map humor has just like been totally lost. Totally inaccurate statement.
10, 15, 20.
In fact, I would say it's been enhanced.
20-foot radius. There we go. That's where thorns are.
That's a 10-foot radius.
Oh, is that okay? My bad. Is
So it'll
that-
be 40 feet wide in total.
So like that.
Yeah. I was making it bigger.
Oh, sorry.
It's a little bit longer, but I think that'll do.
Oh,
Good enough. Where are you
And
placing
it should
it?
be a circle, right? Because it's
I
a radius.
I'm placing it so it's just
We're just
this guy as much of this guy without this guy in it.
there we
There
go.
you go. Perfect. Sorry, this guy.
It could be reduced downward like another 10 feet.
I'm gonna teleport again.
I mean the height of it. The height of it.
And
Yeah,
then
it's down here, I think.
and then as a bonus action, can I make some magic stones?
You may make some magic stones.
Okay, I pick up I find some stones in the sand and pick them up and I kind of just like and then yeah.
You pick
they're
up what you think are stones that turn out to be 3 hermit crab shells. You now have magic hermit crabs.
Awesome. I quickly
Also-
look in them to see if there's anybody present before I
Yup.
touch them.
Tiny
Question.
eyes look back at you. And they're like,
Qu-
I feel magical.
Okay, so the spell description
I
is 1 to
put-
3 pebbles. Can pebble be enchanted?
No. I
pick
feel
up the
like
cat
you
and I throw
nicknamed
it at
him
the other
Pebble
cat.
just for this. Is that
I pick-
accurate? Would you say that's accurate, Kathy?
I don't have magic stone as a spell.
I feel like
pick
you
up-
anticipated
I-
this
I pick up the cat and throw it at the other cat.
situation. Cat fight.
Magical.
Okay, so
No.
you make 3 magic stones out of some shells. They are not occupied. I was joking.
Okay, I'm gonna end my turn with Allah giving a pep talk to the hermits inside. Okay. It's gonna be a wild ride, but I believe in you.
You are strong. You are crab people.
You
Yeet!
can do this. You're my pride and joy. Go get a tiger. Go get the
All right, Lanston, you're up.
You want to know how it feels to fly, Mr. Hermit Crab?
Fucking game, dude.
Oh shit!
Sorry. I'll shut up.
Okay, he's going to use half his movement to get up,
Mm-hmm.
and he's going to have gets both of his swords out and swing twice.
Okie dokie, go right ahead.
And he's a 2-weapon specialist, and
And
that's
Karina has so much in
dirty.
common.
That's a dirty 20 to
Okay.
hit,
That hits.
and the other attack is going to be a 19 to hit.
That hits.
And I'm going to do 2d6 plus 6 overall. First one hits for 7 slashing damage. 7 slashing dashing.
-7. Okay.
Teleport. Didn't like that joke. Teleported out of there.
And then the second attack hits for 7 as well.
So that's 14 damage total. Okie dokie.
Correct. And that was all my actions. Move, well, stand, move. Yeah, he. I was gonna just move over here, just because.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, some 20 feet of movement and action and bonus action.
Okie dokie.
Wait, sorry. Do I have extra attack?
You do.
Oh, I do have it. So I can attack 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Oh
Okay.
wow! Hurry up!
I'll attack a 3rd time. I need to know my character better. And that's going to be a 17 to hit.
That just hits.
And 5 points of damage. Oh, that looks so cool.
Alright.
Sorry, I just got very entranced by my dice and dice tray. Sorry. Now I end my turn.
Alrighty. Next up is Orion. Orion, what do you do?
Well, I have half the mind to just leave everybody behind and go on down this passage, right?
Orion should do whatever Orion would do.
Can I roll a loyalty check?
I guess that would be...
Yeah, he's going down that secret passage.
Alright. You head down the secret passage.
Yes. 10, 20, 30.
Let me reveal more for you.
And use my action to go another 30.
Gonna need you to hold on for 1 minute there, please.
Eek.
Don't worry, it's fine.
Of course it is. I have runaway options, supposedly.
You have
I don't
teleport
know if that's
option
an
too?
action.
Go ahead and make a
Funnily enough,
dexterity-
yes, I do.
Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw as you
Oh,
get
is
to
it the
about midway
stairs?
on the stairs. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
Meow.
Oh no, that's not what happens, dear. No.
Oh no.
You wish. You fucking wish. So as you step there, you hear a loud click. And you notice there's a weird kind of ramp-like design to these stair railings that are on either side of you. You hear a grating noise come from the ceiling above as a giant roller boom, falls down in the center of the stairs and proceeds to literally steamroller you. Alrighty, and that's gonna be 66 bludgeoning damage.
What?
It's gonna be 20 bludgeoning
I think-
damage as you are literally
Yeah.
steamrollered down
Yeah,
the
no,
stairs.
It
You are-
was
Oh my
six-
god, I
it
thought
was
it was 66!
not 66.
No, not 66. Jesus Christ. That's almost as bad as the dragon acid. No.
I knew exactly what that watch was. 6D6,
For
not
a second, I
66.
thought so.
So yeah, so you are currently prone. I'm gonna move you there, with your leg pinned underneath the roller
Owie.
after taking 20 damage, and this thing is currently blocking the entirety of your path forward. There's only the tiniest little sliver at the top of the roller that could possibly be climbed over, if you were, say, pebbles size.
I use my
Yep.
bonus action to take out my healing potion.
Yep, go ahead.
Can I drink it too?
Yep, you can drink that.
As a bonus action?
Yep, go right ahead. Drink your healing potion.
Okay, what was it?
If only I didn't fail my cons.
I have it written
Oh,
down. Give me a
Jesus
second.
Christ.
Um,
Oh, it's 10d4. I just don't know how to roll it.
no, it's 8d4 plus 8, isn't it?
Yes.
Nope, I have 10d4. I have
Oh,
a
you
really
took-
strong healing
You took the
potion.
superiority one, I guess.
That's what I have. Or supreme healing is what I got.
Plus 20. Which is basically what I need. Yeah. That's almost my full health. Jesus Christ.
What potion
Okay,
did you
so
get?
No, Supreme.
Yeah, the highest, absolute highest level, and I
That's
jotted
a
down the.
Supreme. That's a
I thought-
Supreme
I
potion.
thought supreme was 8d4 plus 8.
No, that's superior. Supreme has a plus 20 to it.
Oh.
Okay.
ND4 plus 20. I copied it from the ND Beyond. Blame the ND Beyond.
Yeah, superior is a 8d whatever plus 8.
So you chug that sucker right down, and that'll be the end of your turn. Karina, you're up.
Lance.
Okay. I think just stab him.
Okay, you're gonna move up to him and try to stab him?
Yep.
Alrighty.
Make sure you focus on that offhand there.
Yeah, I know, right? Alright.
That does not hit.
No, that's the... Is
What?
that the attack, or is that the...
That looks like an attack.
It
Okay.
does, but why does it look so weird? It's not like it usually looks. Karina,
I know.
Did you change something about your sheet?
Oh.
I clicked the wrong thing.
Okay, we'll try again.
Alright, hold on.
It looks like
Um.
they just took the advantage and disadvantage option off.
Maybe, or maybe they clicked the wrong thing. Try again.
Yeah, let's try again.
Okay,
There we go. That
there
looks
we
right.
are. Both of those hit.
Okay.
There you go.
That's 14 damage as you stab into the tiger. The sea
Stab,
tiger.
stab.
It roars in pain, and you can see where this iron collar has been biting into its neck, rubbed raw.
Still hitting better with that offhand.
Yeah. I'm secretly left-handed, that's all.
Alrighty. And now it is the sea tiger's turn. And he is going to go into a frenzy. The first thing he does is attempt to make a claw attack against Lanston.
Ouch.
So 21 to hit.
Yep.
That's going to be 11 damage, Lanston.
Ow.
His second claw attack goes to Kyrina.
Yep.
Oh, that's a natural 1, though.
Oh,
Roll the
wow.
crit fail chart.
No. No.
Just
No.
Suddenly, a dragon appears behind him. No,
Oh, okay, it's not an 87. We're good.
Oh, wait,
it's an 85 or an
Everyone's
86 you have to
coming
worry
up.
about. Let's see, 30, 30.
Button one.
Okay,
This one doesn't have a button though.
gotta roll it one more time and see if it exceeds my DC.
Ah, okay.
It does not.
Oh, you rolled a nat once. Gosh darn it.
So that'll be 10.
Yeah, this is
Damage
the cave of Nat
kitty.
1.
This
Okay,
is the
And then for his final attack, he's going to turn and lift his tail and attempt to bring it down on Kyrina.
Tail whip.
Yeah, sure.
Your
This-
defense is lowered.
17 hits you, right, Karina?
My AC is 14, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, could you please make a strength saving throw?
Yeah.
Alright, so its tail comes down and slams into you, driving you under the water end over end as the powerful tail bashes into you. You're going to take 19 bludgeoning damage,
Ooh.
and you are knocked prone, aka just floating on the water.
Okay.
Ouch.
Alrighty, and that's the end of Mr. Sea Tiger's turn. Moonflower, you're up.
I come back up here. Can I do the perception thing to see if I see that it has the collar badness?
Yes.
Okay, I hit perception. Nothing happened. Hold on, I'll try again.
It might
Please
be.
perception. There we go.
Yeah, you see it.
Okay, well, all right, there we go. Finally, it popped
All
up
the
there.
percepting. You just eye it all over the place.
I do a triple take. Can I try to talk cat to it? It is catfish.
So, the sea tiger does not speak cat. It does, however, speak finned animal, which one of your party right in front of it understands. You could get somebody to translate for you.
I'll say, Kyrina, ask it if it needs help.
Aren't I knocked out? No, I'm just prone.
You're prone, you're not unconscious. Or stunned.
Okay. Do I need to roll talk to it?
Nope. It literally says for you that you can talk to anything with a swim speed. It definitely has a swim speed.
Okay. What do you require?
What did you say, Karina?
What do you require? What do you need?
Get away! You hurt! Get away!
Motherfucker. I don't understand this.
Do you tell Moonflower that's what he says?
Yes, Moonflower.
Okay. Can Kyrina say something like, "We'll stop attacking if you stop attacking"?
Must defend. Will hurt me. They will hurt me. They will come. They will hurt me. I must defend. Cannot let people pass. They will hurt. They will hurt.
We can free you. There's no reason to be scared of them if you're no longer here.
Go ahead and roll an animal handling check.
Okay.
With advantage because Moonflower was kind of assisting you there. You see the sea tiger's puffed out furry upper body kind of relax ever so slightly, although it is still very much on edge and looks like it could snap at any second. You will free. You will protect. You will free.
Sure. No problem.
No hurt.
No, not at all.
It slowly lowers its paw, and you are all currently, for the moment, out of combat. Although a lot of Alla's difficult terrain is still up. Although none of you can actually see it because as part of the spell, it's literally invisible to anybody who's looking at it.
Yeah. If it looks like it's not going to attack, Allah will release the difficult terrain, the spell.
Release the terrain.
Release it. I release because I drew.
Whoopsie. Did not mean to move the map. You saw nothing.
I saw nothing.
I didn't see
We
it.
literally saw nothing.
I cannot remove it. I cannot remove the square. I'm sorry.
Try like doing
Got
it
it.
like
Yeah.
select. Okay.
Yeah,
No, I
couldn't-
put it
Can
on.
I do
I had it put on maps and background so it wouldn't get in the way of things.
can I do a spell
Also,
on
the shark's
me?
back.
Can you do a what? God damn it, the
Just,
shark! What did you say, Karina?
Can I cast Cure Wounds on myself?
Yes, you may do that.
Yeah, on that note, I'm gonna cast healing. Allah's gonna notice that it's like being nice and is gonna, bleh.
And I'm gonna try to wriggle out from under the steamroller.
Gonna cast healing on the tiger.
Alrighty. Go ahead and roll the healing on that, Allah. And same for you, Karina.
How do I do that?
Alrighty. I think I set up your sheet so it should actually be, yeah, right there. So you just should be able to click on the Cure Wounds part right under your attacks and spellcasting section, right there on your front sheet.
Yeah.
It's right under Vicious Mockery.
Yes. Cast at what level? 5?
You cast it at level 2. You don't have level 5 spells.
Oh.
You can
I thought
cast
it
at
was
level
level
1 or
of
level 2.
character, not.
Yeah. You can
Yeah,
cast it
yeah.
at level 1 or level 2. Okay, you cast it at level 2, looks like. So that's one of your level 2 spell
Yep.
slots. So you came
Yep.
back 16 hit points. And yes, Orion, if you want to go ahead and make a strength check to try to get out from underneath it. What's the DC on that guy again? Ancient Stare. Ooh. That's not good. God damn it, it's the shark again.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyone?
Lanson's gonna pull out his potion and drink it as well.
So
Anyone?
the good news is you do get out from underneath the steamroller. The bad news is that you do currently have a lingering injury until you take a rest. Your leg cannot support your weight. You will have to lean on your cane and or the trident in order to
Yay, I have a cane!
Yeah.
Now it's no more decorative.
You are going to either move at half speed for the duration or until you take a long rest.
Oof.
That almost
He's-
put me back to max heal and max HP.
Basically wriggles out from under the steamroller, tries to stand, cannot. Leans on his walking stick, sits back down, and grumbles to himself, "Why do I keep doing this? I should have sent the unmentionables ahead and must be this cave. Must be this cave. This isn't that stupid either. Did I do a dragon? How did she again?" He's just like murmuring to himself.
Can I try to unchain the tiger?
Alrighty. With a 12, you do go over, but you see there isn't actually a lock. It appears that it is actually welded shut. So this would be more of a strength check to get somebody to try and, like, break it.
Oh, wait. I have an idea. Allah says.
First attack it.
Allah's gonna step forward and wade into the water, and Allah's gonna pull out a strange-looking rod with a horse head from their bag, and he's gonna gesture toward the Tane, and you know, may I? Not expecting an answer because obviously speaking some language that they can't understand right now.
I see Tiger tilts its head to one side because, yes, unless Karina's translating, it does not understand you.
I will translate.
Okay. It says
Okay.
no hurt. It's very suspicious of your cane.
No hurt. Actually will prevent hurt. Watch. And then Allah is gonna try to take the chain and put the rod through one of the links, and then press the button, and it should stay there, and provide an 8,000-pound anchor. So when they go to hopefully try to break the chains, that it's not pulling on the tiger directly and causing more pain.
Oh, that's smart.
Oh, nice.
Okay, yeah, that sounds like it will work.
Very
And
nice.
Allah then takes the chain and moves back over to the one side of it, and looks like they're ready to pull. He's gonna try to break the links.
Would my crowbar potentially help in this process?
Yes, if
Ooh.
you want to go over to Allah and assist with your crowbar and trying to help pry and break the links, you can definitely do that. This will be a strength check for you, Allah. Anybody else who wants to help try to pull on the chains, it will be a pretty hefty one as they are pretty thick links.
Oh yeah, that's why Allah's kind of like looking at everybody like, "Are you going to help?"
Yeah, the more people
Sure.
helping, the lower the DC.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously
Yeah,
Orion's
yeah.
not here, so that's fine.
Oh, I did not realize that required attunement.
We are automatically attuned to our
Did I
old
not
stuff.
click, or is
You're
it
automatically
lagging?
attuned
It
to your own
lagged.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah, no, I just saw Charlatan's die requires attunement.
It sure does. I attuned
I
you
was-
to it, though.
I see.
Charlatan's die is definitely not going to help you in this situation, though.
No, obviously, it's just a point of a like, oh, thing, you know. Yeah, he'll help. He's got a bit of strength, so yeah. Am I rolling something?
If you're going to help,
Yes, I am. What am I rolling?
strength.
Strength.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
It's a natural
I
one,
roll-
isn't it?
It's a natural 3, but pretty darn close. So 6 total.
Okay.
So, everybody taking so long, Orion kind of stands up and hobbles over. Nice and slow. Yes.
You round the corner to see the sea tiger kind of floating in the water, and it turns and it looks directly at you.
Do I see the others trying to break its chain?
Yes.
Okay. I stare back at it. Look at the others. And I do believe.
Lanston will quickly point like, go! And pointing at Orion.
Don't you dare.
Sea tiger, I choose you. Use fury swipes!
Frostbite says that it targets a creature, but can it target the chain?
You can target the chain.
Would you allow it?
Oh
would
yeah,
allow it.
Eldritch Blast the chain.
Then please roll Constitution save for the chain.
I can instead of that's what I can
I'm
do.
gonna
I can
aim
try
at
Eldritch Blast.
the anchor point, like closer to the anchor point, just in case somebody touches it too much. Don't want to hurt them.
So
And I
it's
want to freeze
pretty
it
thick, so
apart, basically. Dear Lord, what the fuck? 5 Constitution for a chain?
it's a really thick chain that's kept a sea tiger here for at least a decade.
How many
Lan-
times am I allowed to try it? Because it is a
many-
cantrip.
As many times as you want to.
And I want to
Lanston's
keep trying
gonna
it.
try to help with his gun and shoot Eldritch Blasts at it.
Wait.
Well, with a 14 strength and all this extra help, it takes the work of about 5 minutes, but eventually you hear a groaning crack as the chain shatters, and the sea tiger floats, not completely free. There's still a collar welded around its neck, but it's no longer being held by the chain. And it kind of swims
Yeah.
experimentally, and then reaches up to paw at the collar and turns back to look at Kyrina. Still hurt.
Oh,
Mm.
is it worried about the collar still? Um,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm I'm not sure what I can do about that, but maybe we can take a rest and think it over. Uh,
And
Hmm.
would it be
Can-
okay if we rested here?
can Pebble come up and kind of cure wounds and focus more on the collar area to hopefully soothe it a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Also,
That is not the button I meant
it's
to press.
it's a strength save. I don't know if the color has strength as well. But when I tried the grasping tendrils, it's like a lot of tendrils. Supposed to be.
You're gonna try to grasping tendrils the collar and like pry it apart.
Yeah.
All right. So
Like-
go ahead and roll the damage for that. Let me see how much it
Second.
does.
First I rolled a minimum.
Okay. So Moonflower, you reach out and you gently touch the sea tiger's neck as its massive head, that's about the size of your body, is kind of peering down at you. And you see its fur relax a little bit, and it actually sort of like butts your entire face with its nose. And then all of a sudden it roars in terror as tendrils wrap around the collar that's around its neck, thrashing wildly for a moment as they are grappled. But you suddenly see a squelching pop, and the collar is off of its neck and sinking to the bottom, and it freezes because this is the first time in almost 10 years that it hasn't had this thing around its neck, and it feels the release and the sudden lifted weight. And it says, "No hurt."
Congratulations.
Pebble is just purring at the moment.
What was that?
That was me. Now,
Oh, okay, that's normal. Sure.
You've never
And
seen
we-
that before?
perhaps.
No.
And you can see Orion like leaning heavily on his cane, and he's like obviously in pain and kind of trying not to pant visibly and try to keep a regal bearing. But can we perhaps take a rest now that this
Sure. What
room
happened to
is
you?
secured?
As
Sorry,
long
what
as,
was-
some, as long as someone takes first watch.
I can watch.
Same here.
Yeah, I don't need as much sleep as you might think. Here, let's.
The sea tiger begins swimming laps around the island, and Kyrina, you can hear it calling out as it does so. "No hurt, no hurt, no hurt, no hurt, no hurt, no hurt."
Oh my god, that's adorable, but please don't splash around so much.
Allah's
Like,
gonna help Orion choose
Orion
a
kind of-
comfortable spot on the island.
thank you, dear.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Orion kind of,
sit down and
after settling, he kind of smirks a little bit at the joy of the big catfish.
okay. So,
Mhm.
I think it's maybe a good idea if we rest a bit.
Islands shake as the sea tiger jumps up on it.
Well, oh, okay. Hi.
Mhm.
Lanston like startles towards catfish and is like, but still very unnerved by this thing, considering it It took out half of my health in one round. So he's like very wary around this thing. Like
You should
even
have
that
seen
like
the
sixth
steamroller.
strength, the sixth strength, he was like, like he looked like he was helping.
Brian offers a hand to the catfish, like to sniff, and if it lets him gently on the top of its giant head.
The sea tiger does sniff your hand, but it's going to be an animal handling check to see if he lets you pet it.
That's
Pebble-
so cute.
Pebble and Kyrina are the only two that have actually like animal handling it. So it stiffs your hand, and its ears kind of flick forward, then flat against its skull, as though it has smelled something it does not particularly like. It does refrain
Orion
from
just-
biting you, though. So
That's nice. Orion just withdraws his hand and chuckles, like, there. He has experience with wild animals, like not successful taming, but like he knows the signs of not agitating them further.
So, Pebble, you said you want to take first watch?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, does anybody want to do anything before they take a rest? And I'm assuming it's going to be a long rest or a
Yes.
short rest?
I just need a short rest to restore all my shit, just like Sives.
Same because I
Bye.
drank my potion.
I
I
don't know
apparently
how
need a long one.
I don't know how spell slots work with my character.
You
They
need
Come
long
back
rest.
or not.
You need a long rest to recover your spells, Kyrina, and a short rest to recover bardic inspirations.
Ah,
If-
okay.
If we need a long rest, we can do it. I don't think we're that pressed for time.
Not anymore.
I guess I could have used
Not
my
by Orion.
the D10 for the strength there. Oops.
It was a D8, but yeah, you could have.
Can I do Cure Wounds again on somebody else?
You can, but if you're about to take a long rest, then you don't really need to, because they'll get all their hit points back if
Oh,
they
that's
make it
true.
through.
Does anybody need stuff fixed?
Not
Not really.
really, but I've got a cleansing stone if anybody wants to clean up.
Oh,
I
and
want to.
Orion, you did pick up that trident if you're still holding it.
Oh yeah, does that have magic back by now?
It does have magic back, but you'll have to attune to it to figure out what it does unless somebody has identify.
No, I
I
don't.
I
don't
did
know.
not.
But
I
Orion is
know.
still holding it and doesn't seem to be letting go. Like
I can
it's
identify
his
it. It's a
secondary
trident.
prop now. Like it's
It's a
not
trident.
very- Yeah, it's like
It's a big
he's
fork.
leaning on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me, a threek. It's not a
What?
fork, it's a threek.
Lanston doesn't have much interest in the trident either, so
I already have something like that, so I don't care.
So if you spend about 30 minutes of your rest attuning to it before you like rest, then you can figure out what it is.
And I also would like to turn my remaining spell slots into sorcery points if that's possible.
It is.
Yay! I'll calculate them in a minute.
Hmm.
And I'm a fae thing, so do I
4
need to
hours.
rest, or is it okay to to a 4-hour?
4 hours for you, yeah, because you are
Yeah.
you. Actually, like half of you are bloody elves
Yeah.
and dwarf fae.
Or
Irina
I'm
only
dead.
needs a 4-hour trance. Allah only needs a 4-hour trance. Orion only needs a 4-hour trance, and that's a full rest for them, baby.
And Lanston only needs 4 hours as well.
Oh yeah. The only person who would need a full rest to recover spell slots would be Pebble.
Okay.
And Pebble does not have spells.
I
You
mean,
two have
Actually, yeah,
Pebble
they do.
does.
Yes,
Hunters
it does. The Hunter's Mark is a spell, yeah.
Mhm.
I always forget that that's a spell, actually.
Well, I guess we're taking a long rest because Pebble is a valued member of this community.
The spell slots. Spell.
So, are you attuning to the trident? Question mark.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean,
Kind
may
of
as well.
studying it as I'm resting.
I have a question
That
though,
is in the
for just out of curiosity.
Ooh.
No, I just blinked.
Oh, there we go.
Since we're long resting, is my potion still consumed?
Ooh, and
Yes,
Or
your
can we
potion.
retcon that?
Oh, you want to retcon consuming the potion?
Yeah, I was just asking if that was okay. If not, it's fine.
game, to be honest, but no.
It was a supreme or superior healing.
Alright, I will allow it to be retcon, but just know if anything comes up on you, you can't unretcon it.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So I'll
So
put him
go
back
ahead and subtract
at
that healing.
26. He was at, or 20? No, he was at. Oh, he was very low.
Okay, that's
I do cure wounds on him because I was gonna do that on you, and then you drank your potion. I was like, oh, okay, never mind.
Okay.
So it won't help
Good
too much, but it'll help a
exception.
little bit.
While people are resting, he'll actually do a short rest before doing a 4-hour rest. Gain the system.
And what do you do with that?
I get my spell slot back and a little bit of health back.
No, I mean, do you use it afterwards? Because a long rest does everything a short rest does. So if
My
you
long
don't do...
My long rest will be 4 hours. So, like, since we're spending 8 hours for Pebble, in case we are interrupted in the middle of this long rest.
Okay.
So does that mean that Pebble is not keeping watch the first part of the rest?
Pebble is not keeping
You
watch
don't-
at all.
Pebble doesn't need to keep watch at all.
Okay, because that's what Pebble was going to do.
Pebble
so,
needs to go
okay.
to sleep.
Pebble's
And
gonna
then
curl up
Pebble-
with Fish Friend.
Pebble
Karina,
intends to keep watch, but just falls asleep like 2 minutes after.
Karina, are you joining the rest of the group up on the island, or are you chilling in the water?
In the water.
Okay. Alright, and I have linked to you the trident. After 30 minutes, you know what it does.
Thank you. What ability?
It is awesome. Tried in a fish command.
Oh, you linked it to everybody. Okay. What ability is the save for?
Oh, it's a wisdom saving throw.
And
Most
if I'm
domination ones are going to be wisdom saving throws.
if I'm
That's good,
capable
thanks.
of completing a short rest, I'm gonna spend 3 of my hit tide to heal up,
Yeah. You
which would
complete
put me
a
back at 48.
You complete a short rest, but who's going to be watching for the first half of rest, and who's going to be watching for the second half of rest?
I'll
Can I
will-
watch while tune?
You can, but you'll have disadvantage on your perception.
Oh, okay then no.
Allah will probably take watch for as long as need be.
Alright, so
Um,
Ala's taking the first 4 hours. Who's taking the second 4 hours?
Lanston can,
Nice.
Okay,
and he'll light his candle of the deep.
okay. Lanston, go ahead and roll your perception check.
Six.
Okay,
Oh no.
I'll keep that in mind. Alright, so Pebble, you go to curl up with the sea tiger, and you fall asleep. Orion, you attune yourself to the trident and you discover its innate magical properties. Allah, while you are looking out over the chamber and back and forth, you converse with the bats, talk to them a bit, and they kind of chill, chittering at you. Lanston, you take a short rest so that you can gain some of your vitality back. Well, if you're taking the second half, you won't get a long rest, will you?
Yeah, I realized that what I wanted to do was like short rest, then like kind of aid at the end of the first watch and aid at the end of the beginning of the second watch, so like kind of like mid shift. If that makes sense.
Then you
You
wouldn't have a
still
long
wouldn't get a
rest.
long rest if you do that. So do you
Take
want
your long rest.
do you want to
Well, oh yeah, that would make sense. So yeah, I'll take a long rest. Sorry.
Okay, so you take a long rest first, and then you do your stint of watching
Yeah.
because you're taking second shift. Okay, so you take a long rest. So Orion, Lanston, and Kyrina, all three of you have your hit points and your abilities back at the end of the first 4 hours, which patched pretty uneventfully. It's quiet, save for the gentle wash of water. The only thing significant that happens is that the tide level does rise, consuming part of the small island that you were sitting upon, but not enough to put Moonflower or the Sea Tiger or the rest of you underwater. Just enough so that the island does shrink a bit, and you do have to like draw your feet in to not be in the water as much. Kyrina, you float, snoozing on the water, just a little bit in a trance-like state, as is the way for you merfolk. And then Lanston, when it's your turn, you kind of blink out of your reverie of times gone by and take over for Allah. As you're sitting there, looking out amongst the waters, just keeping watch, eyeing the bats above your head with a little bit of mistrust. Um, you're not really sure when it happens, but when it does, you realize you suddenly can't see. You're trapped in a world of fog and miasma that just suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
He get transported to Barovia.
Yes,
Maybe.
the fog cloud seems to be encircling the entire island. You can't even see 5 feet in front of your face. You put your hands out, groping wildly, and you hear a loud splash somewhere to the north. Kyrina, please make a strength saving throw.
Yep.
Kyrina, you are snapped out of your reverie by long, spindly arms wrapping around you and attempting to grapple and drag you away. You manage to throw an elbow in just the right place and hear a series of long, drawn out curses in Aquan as you turn and look wildly about you. There is fog settled over the water, and you can't see what grabbed you, but you can hear it, and you can smell it. As suddenly looming from the fog cloud comes the leering grin of a Brian hag as she leans in close and she says, "You killed my guardian. Maybe I should make you my new one, pretty." And that's where we're going to end for the night.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
And just in case you can't really see her picture from there,
I can't.
this is what she looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, she's beautiful.
She's gorgeous. Absolutely lovely.
Yeah, sorry, I had to step away. Orion would be up and kind of helping out with watch after he got his rest.
Oh, okie dokie. Well, you can go ahead and roll a perception check then.
Okay.
Nope, you didn't see this coming either.
Still
bad.
better than mine. Still better than mine.
Yeah, you are in a world of fog, baby. Fog cloud. Woo! Alrighty. Well, that is gonna draw us to an ending tonight. We may play at some point over the weekend. Don't really know yet. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We will not be playing this next Thursday because I've got to run that Icewind Dale campaign. But we could do the Thursday after that if Kathy falls up for it.
I'm up. I'm up every Thursday.
Excellent. Well, then, not this coming Thursday, but the one after, you can catch us for what is hopefully the concluding episode of this. Who knows? I don't. Neither does anyone else. But, yeah. So, we hope that you've liked what you've seen and you had a good time. You can catch us tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our last Friday of the month. It's B Crew Friday, where we will be exploring the Dreamverse with our animal companions turned more sentient and stuff. So say hi to Lil for us. Good night, and please cuddle the tiger fish. Tiger?
Big
Tiger shark?
catfish.
The really big catfish.
Big
Catfish!
catfish.
What are you? Sea tiger. That's what you're called. Good. Cuddle the sea tiger. Good night.
Good night.